I call this meeting to order on Tuesday, June 11th at 6:03. So we have Joshua Sun leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Joshua. Joshua, right here.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joshua. All right, so we have a few recognitions. I'm going to call Jason Chung to come up for the chess and other folks. So do we have
Mr. Pete Barron is going to come up and recognize some of his students.
Okay.
Before.
Sounds good.
Mr. Barron?
He's back there. I see him.
There he is.
You can't hear me because my mouth fades away from the microphone.
There you go.
We can hear you now.
We can hear you now. You're good.
All right, I'm here. I'm here not because I'm here because somebody else who should be here is not here. That someone else is a lady who took over early this year the Morrison Championship and also the Fulton City Championship. She organized them both. And she did a great job, and a combination of personal circumstances forced her to leave the lines temporarily, and she couldn't make it here. But she's the one who ought to be giving the speech. I thought I'd successfully faded out of the picture, but not to be. Anyway, there are a couple of things I want to mention before I introduce the champions, great champions this year. One is that the Morrison tournament, which has been co-sponsored by the Lions and the Fulton School District over the years, has been run by Dwayne Barber, who unfortunately couldn't make it tonight. He has basically ran that tournament and another tournament in South County by himself for about 30 years. And we just celebrated the 50th anniversary of that tournament. And because he's had some health problems, the Lions have decided to take it over and run the tournament for him, and hopefully will continue to do so. So that was one big change. That's a fairly major operation. We had about 110 kids show up from various parts of these environments. The second thing that was important is having Marisol Terraza, whose picture hopefully will. Anna? Yeah. Okay, hopefully the picture will show up. Anyway, she's the one who took over for me and did a great job of organizing both tournaments. Even though she didn't know very much about chess, but she's a great organizer. So I invite anybody who likes to organize things to come join us and help us next year. Okay, this is a picture of Dwayne Barber, whom I mentioned, giving an introductory talk to all the parents and the student as the tournaments get started. Okay, the next photo is one that I felt duty bound to introduce, and it's a picture of a person that I've known for a long time, good friend, great chess partner, who just passed away a couple of weeks ago. That's Anthony Mack, and he's helped us with our tournaments almost every year for the last 6-7 years. So he's a wonderful person, very lost. Okay, next please. Okay, then on the left-hand side we have our first grade champion. Let's see, there ought to be a. Do we have our? There should be another one before that, which is our kindergarten champion. But that's Olivia, our first grade champion. Now this is actually our fourth grade champion, kind of bouncing around a little bit. Gotta get his names right. That's Tianya Shong. Okay. And then another picture. Bunch of guys. Unfortunately, we don't have everybody here. This is vacation time. People take off, and we only have about 5 of this 9 championship. Okay, that's Joshua's son, who just saw a few minutes ago giving the invocation. And he was our 6th grade champion. Okay, that person on the right is not an elementary school district product. He's from Villa Park, but he goes to Troy. And the Fullerton City Chess Championship is for both people that live in Fullerton or whose students attend Fullerton schools. So he's the winner of the Super Champion flight, which makes him the top scholastic chess player in Fullerton in 2024. Okay, next please. Okay, well, okay, that's Mac. Standing in front of Mac, by the way, is Owen Tang, who was the city champion the last 2 years. Okay, here's some background information that you've heard before. I do want to thank the Fullerton School District for making the facilities available for our tournaments and also supporting the Morrison tournament as well. I also want to give special recognition to Hilda Sugarman, who's been a long-time champion for our chess program over the years. I was starting back in 1992, about 32 years ago, about the time I retired. Okay, that's the names of, we have 52 students. Kids are getting younger, and you should have seen pictures. Unfortunately, if Marisol had been giving this presentation, it would not be as screwed up as it is. I apologize. I dumped a bunch of things in Anna's lap, and she.
You're doing a good job.
Okay, that's our 5th grade champion, Jaden Back from Acacia. And another one is Joshua, whom, as I say, you just saw. Giving the invocation. This is Isaac Chun from Fizzler. And the last slide is sort of a summary of the, that's kind of a summary of how many students came from each school and the number of trophies that were won by each school. So you can tell that Acacia, Fizzler, and Laguna Road dominated as they have in the past. Montessori Arboretum always dominates the lower end, the kindergarten through 3rd grades. And Sunset Lane, the other guys all did pretty well. So anyway, congratulations, champs. Thank you very much for your attention, and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Peter. Appreciate that. Do we have those kids here? Peter, do we have some of those kids here present today? Do you want to call them up? And
Joshua, if all the chess students can come up, we have something.
Yeah. Who are all the chess students that can all come up?
Come on up, we want to see you.
Yeah, don't be shy.
The chess champs.
Come up here, we'll take a picture. Squeeze in.
Oh, come on over, Schwinn.
Also, we would like to just add a little in honor, or it's a great honor that we were to present this certificate to Mr. Pete Barron, whose dedication and hard work have made the 17th annual Fullerton City Scholastic Chess Championship a resounding success, sponsored by the Fullerton Lions and Fullerton School District at Ladera Vista Junior High. It has provided our students with an incredible opportunity to showcase their skills and passion for chess. Thank you, Pete, for your unwavering commitment to enriching our community and inspiring our young minds.
Also, if we have a board member who wants to say.
Can they tell us what their names and their school?
Yeah.
Can each of the kids, if you could tell us maybe your name and your school?
Name and school that you represent?
Well, I'm Isaac and I come from Whistler Elementary. I'm Isaac and I come from Whistler Elementary.
I'm Owen and I come from Laguna Road.
My name's Olivia and I came from Laguna Road.
My name's Onik and I came from Acacia.
I'm Harvey Sim and I came from CCA. My name is Joshua and I came from Sunset.
Yes, again, congratulations to you all. And I believe we have some cupcakes for them, right? Yeah, so down over to the right, go see Jason and he'll treat you all to a cupcake on that end.
Thank you. You can have a cupcake too.
Emily?
Hi. So, a couple of months ago, we had our 3rd through 6th graders participating in the World of Wisdom Literacy Challenge. And they were engaging in daily literacy tasks and nightly reading. They were journeying through realms and collecting trading cards and earning points and bonus bookmarks that were available at school sites and also at different locations around Fullerton. So at the front lines of this effort were our school sites, technology librarian, and media assistants, our TLMAs. So at this time, we would like to recognize, honor, and thank them for this efforts. So your dedication and enthusiasm in implementing and promoting the World of Wisdom Literacy Challenge was critical, and it really brought that personal touch for all of our students and readers. Just to give a little scenario of what these TLMAs were doing every day, they were connecting with our readers, connecting with our students, promoting the Literacy Challenge, handing out bookmarks, advocating for daily reading, and this has really made that significant impact on our students' literacy and love for reading. So at this time, I'm going to name and recognize all of our TLMAs at the sites that they represent, the K6 and K8 sites, and we have flowers for you that Anna will pass out. For those of you that are in attendance, please come up and get those flowers for us now. At Acacia, we had Zara Rashid. At Beechwood, America Ciañez. Commonwealth, Catherine Robinson. At Fern Drive in Fistler, Jeanette Quinones. Golden Hill, Lourdes Lejano. At Hermosa Drive, Christina Kuhl. At Laguna Road, Jamie Litzau. Supporting Maple and Richmond, Nate Jones. Orangethorpe, Heidi Harris. Pacific Drive, Anita Benitez. At Rolling Hills, our lead TLMA also heavily involved in the creativity and helping in many aspects of this program and project was Rebecca Witrowski. Sunset Lane, Jennifer Harmon. Valencia Park and Raymond, Amber Morell. and Woodcrest Mary Reese. So again, we just wanted to say thank you for your unwavering support and commitment to enhancing student literacy and love of reading in our district. So,
Thank you all. Thank you all.
oh yes, and Anna said you can grab a cupcake too.
Awesome. Always great to be able to recognize staff that does amazing work here for our students in our community. Superintendent's report.
Just to take a moment to thank everybody for a good year, a hard year, and so much to celebrate. And a special shout out now to our classified staff. And I know we have many classified staff that will be working all through the summer. I know there's a lot of summer projects. And so a special thank you to our classified staff that are doing that. And then also a big shout out to the whole team. And there is a big team doing summer school. So teachers, classified staff, administrators, a whole group doing that. And so it's exciting to see some enrichment opportunities as well as some intervention opportunities, and things like stage and performances, and so there's a lot happening this summer, and there's a whole crew of people working this summer to do that. And so I want to just thank everybody who's doing that and who's part of that. And those that do have a little bit of time off, please enjoy time with your family and enjoy the time to be able to connect and maybe spend some time with some of your little ones. So thanks everybody, and have a good summer.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Information from our Board of Trustees. I know we're playing musical chairs here, but I'll still start from my left to right this time. Bev, do you want to start?
Sure. I feel like it's summer already, but it's not summer. So I also want to thank everybody for the end of the year. The promotions at 8th grade they're always phenomenal to see our students, to hear our students speak their speeches, and all of their awards are always inspirational. Even our 6th graders promoting to junior highs, what an exciting time for them, kind of scary going into junior high. So we appreciate the fact that everyone has worked together to make all of that happen for our students. Looking forward to tonight's presentations and the information that we're going to be talking about this evening. There are, cell phone use is there, so I know that's one big thing that we've been really, trying to get a handle on and talk about. The other things I just wanted to say is that, summer is coming, or it's going to be here, where everyone thinks that this is the time when everyone does nothing at a school district. But for those people that don't know, that there is a lot still going on, that we're getting ready for the the next school year. In August, you guys are busily working on so many contracts here, busily working on the teacher trainings that are happening in August. I would really encourage our teachers to be able to attend that. It looks like there's some really great information coming on trauma-informed care and everything else that you need in order to serve our students. And then November coming up with another opportunity for our staff to be able to get some professional development. What else am I going to say? Again, I think I'm going to keep it short. I think we should all be paying attention to the governor and the governor's budget, which is coming up and before the end of this month. Not great news. Understanding that we do have a shortfall coming, and really keeping our eye on how we're going to be able to make sure that our schools get the funding that they need without kicking it down the line. So I think that there are some good news. There are some things that they're going to do differently. But deferrals is always a bad word too. So it's just making sure that we as board members continue to watch that and continue to advocate on behalf of our school district and our children, so that we don't run out of money. I believe that's it. I just so my fellow colleagues know, I will not be at the next meeting in person. I will be virtual somewhere. So I just want to let you know I'm not running, but I'll be around.
We'll find you a spot.
Yeah.
Trustee Sugarman?
Hi, everybody. Goodbye, all our award winners. We're really proud of you. I want to echo something that Bev said. Our eighth grade graduations are all wonderful. It's so fun to attend. It's so fun to see schools with traditions and schools that do things uniquely. I always love realizing how many languages are spoken in our schools when several of our junior highs welcome the audience by stating hello in their native language. And the last one I went to had 13, and I was like, that's something that I think everybody in the city should know about. We have many languages spoken in the city. What I'd like to emphasize tonight is our library program for all of our families, because, and our teachers to share. We have always had the summer reading club. There's 2 reading clubs, one for younger children and one for teens. You get all sorts of prizes and awards, and it's really, that part's fun. But there are a lot of other things that go on with the libraries. We have a teen craft night at the Hunt Library and at the main library, and it's the second Tuesday of the month at the main library, in case you're looking for some fun. The tennis center will be open all summer. At the Hunt, there's Arts Wednesdays. There's a camp at Hunt Library for Nicholas, Pack Drive, Woodcrest, Maple, Valencia Park, Orangethorpe, and Richmond students. And families may want to take advantage of that because that's a really fun thing. Not to forget the Hunt Branch Thursday craft afternoons from 2 to 3, and anybody can come, even parents, which makes it even more fun. So check your local libraries and find out what's going on, because not everybody puts their children in camp. And this is wonderful activities. Last but not least, for families, Downtown Farmers Market is open, and there are bands lined up to perform from 6:30 to 8:30 every single time they meet. So check it out, enjoy the crafts, enjoy the music, enjoy the evenings, and just having fun seeing your neighbors. And those are cool things to do during the summer. I wish you all great, rejuvenating summers. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sugarman. Trustee Thakor?
Sure. Just piggybacking? Wow, that was weird.
See what happens when you miss one meeting and you're virtual?
Well, my favorite memories of summer were just sort of getting lost in the days, adventures with my friends. School always came too soon, but back to school shopping was always fun, and getting to see my school friends daily. Last night, we went to bed earlier than our kids now, who are 13 and 15, and I swear we were so alarmed. There was screaming happening at 12:20, and it was our younger son playing video games with his cousins, winning or losing, I don't know. But, if this is what they remember about their summers, getting lost in the days and nights, then I hope that they look back as fondly as what I look back on and enjoyed. During the Parks 8th grade promotion, I had the honor of shaking hands and congratulating the son of somebody that I grew up next to. So his parents lived next door to my parents over on Woodcrest, and it was just such a beautiful sort of circle moment. I remember doing math problems with the dad, and then now the son is graduating. So just beautiful moments, and I love Fullerton, and we're the heart and soul of our community here in the district. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Trustee.
Yeah, thank you. It has been a great last month. Lots going on. And I'm excited about the conversations we're going to have today. I kept my report very short because I think we have lots to cover. But I am glad that we're talking about one of the topics is guns as safety at our schools. And I think whenever we talk about that, we, as parents and as trustees, think about gun violence. And June is Gun Safety Awareness Month, and I'm really proud of our district that every fall we send a letter home advising families and reminding them of the importance of safe storage of guns and ammunition. And I just want to share that reminder with our community this month as we're thinking about that issue, how important it is that we all take responsibility for our kids and our community and each other to safely store firearms and make sure that they are not in the hands of kids or people who shouldn't have them. And also to be paying attention and be brave enough to do something and say something when we have concerns about people. If they're struggling, that we can initiate a gun violence restraining orders or seek help for those we care about. So wanted to bring that to our thoughts as we think about safety and the safety we all play in our community. But we do have a lot to cover today, and I just have been thinking about how grateful I am for all the hard work of our teachers and our staff throughout the year. I too had been reflecting on this year, and it's easy as a trustee. I think our job is to think, how do we improve? Can we do better? What needs to be fixed? But really, there's so much to be grateful for. And we have had a really great year, and I'm so proud of our staff and to be a part of this team, and especially of the hard work of our kids over the last year. So I just want to express that gratitude.
Thank you so much. I'm going to also try to keep it short, but I do have a little video that I hope Anna can kind of cue up. And just to kind of, as she cues it up, I was invited to participate at Woodcrest Kinder Promotion, and Jose and oh my gosh, I'm blanking out on her name. Yes, and Miss Michaels. Sorry, yes, and Miss Michaels. Thank you so much for saving me on that. And Miss Michaels invited me to the Kinder Promotion. They've been doing an amazing job. This kind of really kind of sets the tone for me as our teachers that have this skill set to really kind of relate with our students and families. Just show a little bit of this video, and then I'll kind of explain a little bit of why, but this is his talent here.
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we desire. For the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our minds. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to a world that we desire. A million dreams are keeping me awake. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make.
So for me, that was like a testament, right, of like how our staff dedicates the time and energy. So that's Jose singing in the background of that. So if you guys don't know, so it's not like yes. So they put on the Kinder or the Christmas show, and they did a duet of singing and dancing. And so this just shows the testament that that they have to dedicate like this energy towards not just the parents but to the kids themselves, and being kind of like that leader to show an example of what they can do. So it just blew me away to understand, like after the fact, I thought it was just like the song being played, and I was like, wait, is that Jose singing? And they're like, yes, that's him. He like edited this clip and this video to make the Kinder promotion just that much more special. I'm gonna tell you, there was like some tears coming down people's eyes. I won't say by who, but it was just an amazing. So I wanted to share that, and I believe Ann also shared that with the fellow trustees, so you can watch that video again. But it did really hit near and dear, just because, again, you think Kinder, it's really the early childhood development component that we put that time and energy to our kids, and just to see staff and teachers do something, above and beyond, I think it just shows how great our district is on that. Also, again, went to the Nicholas promotion. I was super amazed to hear Martha speak. She was an honoree. Please check our social media page. Martha was an honoree on promotion. She was, I believe, she was expelled before she was able to get promoted from 8th grade to high school. Go on our social media page and you'll be able to find more information on that. And then I did just want to share with the community that multiple of our schools are providing lunches for our students, and I don't know, Trustee Sugarman, you might have touched on that a little bit, but I just wanted to reiterate that as well too. So go to our website and you'll find out what schools are offering those free lunches. Yeah, awesome. So with that, we're going to move into informations from our association, DLAC. No, not today. Awesome. All right, awesome. PTA?
We do not have a report for
Report
PTA
from
tonight.
PTA, no one. CSEA? We have a report from CSEA? We do. There we go.
Good evening, Dr. Pletka, President Talavera, members of the board and cabinet. Marlene Acosta speaking on behalf of CSEA. We've made it to the end of another successful school year. We ended May celebrating Classified School Employee Week. Classified staff enjoyed the sweet treats at their sites. District employees were really spoiled with daily events and activities, including a pizza party and bingo. I would like to recognize not only our chapter treasurer, Vicky Vasquez, but her entire family for their hard work in preparing for our end of the year member recognition event. Her family helped put together treat bags at home, as well as making many trips to unload and help set up and clean up at our event. A special thank you to Bill Lynch, Ladera Vista principal, and Tatiana Ortega, school office manager, and also CSEA first vice president, for making it possible to host our event there. We had LV staff and also a few students help setting up. It was a wonderful event and an honor to recognize years of service from veteran 30-year employees to our newest 5-year recipients, as well as our retirees. We were very proud to recognize 2 members of the year from Ladera Vista, Alicia Tavares, and from Laguna Road, Crystal Llamas. We thank Dr. Pletka and the board, President Talavera, Trustees Sugarman, Berryman, and Hanchett, for joining us, as well as the administrators and fellow staff who came out to support. We have great photos of the event, courtesy of FSD Public Information Officer Amber Munoz, who took photos, which you may have seen on FSD's social media channels. Lastly, we'd like to recognize Brooke Webb, our outgoing site representative coordinator, who was here earlier, for her service to the chapter as she has joined the ranks of management. I would like to wish you all a wonderful summer. I hope you have time to reconnect with family and friends and enjoy well-deserved rest and relaxation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. FIDA?
FIDA does not have a report
Did not have a
tonight.
report? No. FESMA?
FESMA does not have a report tonight
All
either.
right.
Yes.
Keeping it
Yeah,
short.
everyone's on vacation,
All right.
except for
There you go.
CSEA.
Everyone's on vacation. I love it. I love it. All right. Awesome. So we got a public comment section of the board meeting for today. Fullerton School District Board meeting adheres to decorum of rules outlined by Board Bylaw 9323 by submitting a public request slip that you can find towards the back left-hand by the yellow sign back there. Individuals are given 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. Public input on each item is capped at 20 minutes. And a total of public comment time is limited to 30 minutes. Comments on agenda items are heard when the item is discussed, while comments that are non-agenda items are heard during this time the public comment section of the agenda. No action or discussion is allowed on non-agenda items unless permitted by law, which is referred to by the superintendent for handling. All right, and it looks like we don't have any public comments, right, on non-agenda items? Nope. All right. So now we're going to close this meeting at 41. And we are going to have a public hearing for Independent Study Board Policy 6158. And I believe Chad's going to take the lead on this one.
Yes, one of the requirements as the board considers adopting this board policy or the changes to this board policy this evening is that we hold a public hearing and allow members of the public to speak to the board policy prior to the board considering it for the approval of the revisions.
Awesome. Do we have any speakers on this?
We do not have any public comments.
Do not have any? All right. So with no, we will close this public hearing at 6:42. That was quick. 42. And now we have a second public hearing on proposed 2024-2025 local control accountability plan. Looks like we have.
Good evening. One of the requirements of the LCAP process is to have a public hearing on the first board meeting in June with a subsequent meeting in June where the board gets to approve the LCAP. The draft of the LCAP has been posted on the website. We've sent out a Blackboard Connect message to all of our communities, letting them know that there's a public hearing as well as access to the draft for them to review.
All right, so now we're declaring this public hearing at 6:43 to allow public comments regarding this proposed 2024-2025 local control accountability plan. Anyone wish to speak on this?
I'm pleased that we did have some public comments as they posted, and they took all those comments to heart and made sure that they were all addressed, and if there were things that were already being considered, they put them in there. So I know that we have gone through our public transparency piece, so I'm pretty satisfied with that.
Awesome, thank you.
I want to thank the committee that included the public and staff from all departments, because that's what we need to make the best possible use of our money next year. But also, I appreciate all the people who came out to our other events and filled out cards and gave them to you so you could put them in, because the LCAP is the cornerstone of what we do next year. And so it's really important to all of us on the board that everybody gets an opportunity to look at this, think about it, and put input where they feel it's necessary. So thank you for leading this. Appreciate it.
I noticed today that the Fullerton Observer actually covered that LCAP discussion from last month's board meeting, and so folks can go there to read more about that coverage as well, and then still provide comments until the board meeting next week. Is that correct? Great.
Yeah, awesome. So with no other comments on this, we are declaring this public hearing closed at 6:44. That was a long one. And it looks like we have one more public hearing from the proposed 2024-2025 budget.
Yes, and tonight we will be presenting the proposed budget. The board will take action on it at the June 18th meeting, but as with the other, with the LCAP, the requirement for the budget is that we hold a public hearing prior to the board adopting that. Gives the public an opportunity to come and speak on the budget.
All right, anyone wish to speak on this item at the time? It looks like we have no one, so with no additional comments, now I will declare this public hearing closed at 6:45. 6:45, awesome. Moving on to the next item, approval of minutes. Do I have
I'd like to move to approve the minutes from our previous board meeting. Thank you for a well-done job, Anna.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anna, for getting those ready. We have a second. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I vote. Awesome. Approve the agenda for today. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as it is?
I move to approve the agenda as it's presented.
Awesome. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. Perfect. Thank you so much. And Dr. Hammett, we have a school safety presentation.
Good evening, President Talavera, Superintendent Pletka, members of the Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and our esteemed audience. We are very pleased this evening to be able to provide you with a safety presentation. Again, this safety presentation, it really provides you with an overview. We do so many things here related to safety in the Fullerton School District, but tonight really is an overview of what we're doing to make sure that we keep our students, our staff, our parents, our family, and our community members safe as they visit our Fullerton schools and as they are involved in all of the activities. I think as Trustee Thakur said earlier, really Fullerton is the heart and soul of Fullerton School District is the heart and soul of Fullerton. And as a result, we have many, many activities that go on, and we want to make sure when everyone is on our campuses, they're safe. I'm very excited to announce and introduce to you all of our esteemed speakers this evening who will all be taking part in this presentation. I have Joshua Holmes, who is our Director of Innovation and Instructional Support. Jeremy Davis, who is our Assistant Superintendent of Innovation and Instructional Support. Mari Montgomery, who's our Risk Manager. And I have Sergeant Eric Bridges from the Fullerton Police Department. So we're excited to have them all here with us. They will all be taking part in this. They're not just here to make me look good, so don't worry, they'll be speaking as well. So tonight, there's a lot of things we could present on safety, but tonight is really focusing in on what we do on our campuses to provide physical safety and facility safety, as far as the structure and really what you would call the hardscape of our schools, how we provide structure and support for that safety. We also will be talking about our employees and our community partnership, and what do we do to help make sure that they are trained and prepared to provide safety, and how are they helping keep our schools safe and making a good school climate. And then we'll be talking about information technology, really more on the structural side. Just a little preview, in August, we're going to be having our social emotional learning team, our child welfare and attendance team, and our mental health team all coming back to do another presentation to more focus on those sides of safety. But tonight, this is really where we're focusing. So some things that have happened on our school facilities over the last year. All of our schools have fencing completely surrounding the schools, and they have a single point of entry. So once the student day starts, For someone to get on the campus, they go to the office, and they have to go through the office in order to get onto our campuses. So those schools have the perimeter fencing all the way around them, and it provides a very safe environment for our students and ensures that anyone who's on campus has first been vetted and checked through the office. We also ensure that all of our doors can be locked from inside the classroom. We also use what's called a lock block, which you'll see down there further. That lock block ensures that that door can stay open when students need to go in and out, but in the event of an emergency, that lock block can be quickly closed so that door also stays closed. We also ensure if there are any doors that are on the perimeters of the campus, that those doors remain locked and closed throughout the school day. We have window coverings on all of our outside-facing windows, so students, if there was an event where we wanted to make sure we could conceal students, those window coverings are in place to keep students safe. We have a fairly robust system of security cameras. We are able to see what happens on campuses, and we're able to see if an event does happen, what has happened and how can we ensure we know what's going on. Another great point, and part of our partnership, is our Fullerton Police Department has access to those cameras. So if they needed to see what was going on at a campus, if they wanted to have eyes on anything that may be happening, they have access to go in and see what's happening on those campuses. Our phone systems have been upgraded. We have what's called a voice over internet protocol phone system that allows for a much more robust phone system than the old copper wire system we had, allowing things such as being able to know when where a phone call is coming from on campus, instant dialing out of 911, other requirements like that that ensure safety on the campuses as well. This year, we inspected every single playground on every single campus and every single piece of equipment. We additionally trained staff to ensure that those inspections are happening monthly. So we go through and make sure that all of that equipment is safe. Anything that needed repair, replacement, upgrade was addressed, and so all of that equipment is in top-notch shape. As I mentioned earlier, we replace our lock blocks annually. We also have done something new this year, which is a site workplace violence assessment. The state has passed a new law that by July 1st, every employer, including school districts, will have in place a workplace violence prevention plan. And as part of that workplace violence prevention plan, we had a team of individuals from the school district, along with a team from the school, that inspected every campus and did a safety assessment. And that safety assessment allowed us to determine, are there any issues that need to be addressed, and to help us develop our workplace violence safety plan. And then we also have the creation of our FSD safety brochure, which we've provided to all of you, so you can have a good idea of what that looks like. We will be doing some updating as some faces have changed, but it's just a great way for the community to be able to know all of the features we have in place in regards to school safety and what we do to ensure our students, staff, and community are safe. We also provide a lot of training for staff, and we train students, and we also train even volunteers on the campus. So every single month on our campus, you're going to see that we have a fire drill. And yes, all students exit the building, everyone goes out with safety backpacks, attendance is taken, and we also check and see how long does it take for students to get out of the building, because in the event of a fire, we want to make sure everyone gets out safely. We as well do monthly earthquake drills, and we do monthly intruder drills to ensure that in the event of any sort of an emergency, whether students are in the classroom or out elsewhere on the campus, we practice and we drill so everybody knows exactly what they need to do. We also have a robust emergency preparedness plan in place, which involves parent reunification, which is what do parents do if we have an emergency and they need to pick up their students while school is in session. And we practice again and drill to make sure that that works. We have crisis communications, that we have two-way radios that we're able to communicate from the district to the schools and from school to school, as well as we have, in the event of an emergency, satellite phones. In case cell phones were to go down, our radio system weren't to work, we do have a satellite phone system in order to ensure we could have communication. And then we also use a incident management system where we have what we call our Emergency Operations Center, which can be set up here at the school district to oversee an emergency either at one site or a number of sites. We also have a mobile emergency operations system, thanks to JD, Mike, and their teams, which have enabled us to make sure if we can't use this building or any of our other buildings, or we need to roll out to a site with an emergency operations center, we have that available. This year as well, we have completed active supervision training for our playground and noon supervisor staff. So last year we provided a training before school started, we provided a training in the fall, and a training in the spring. Staff members who attended the trainings and passed an assessment each time were provided with a certificate and recognition of having completed all 3 trainings and shown mastery. We will repeat that again this year because it's important that our playground supervisors understand safety, they understand how to properly supervise and work with students, and they also know when to look for signs of things that they may need to intervene with.
Excuse me, 1 second.
Yes.
This is active playground supervision.
Correct.
How is this different than what we tend to think our noon or our supervisors on the playground are doing?
So active supervision really is moving and working within an entire area. Every supervisor is assigned an area, and moving, working with students, interacting with students, and really looking for ways to encourage and deal with incidents while they're incidents before they become problems. As well, our supervisors are looking for, are there any safety issues? Are there issues with fences? Are there issues with any of our grounds or any of the facilities, the playground facilities? And keeping an eye and being aware of what's going on outside the fences. Is there something they should be aware of that immediately they need to contact the office so that we can get some other outside intervention if needed?
Is there a similar program for our junior highs or older kids in the K-8s?
Yes, okay. Yes. So we have similar, we have supervisors there as well, and we provide them as well with training. We also, at our junior high specifically, have what we call school safety monitors, and they actually have not just the active supervision training, but a higher level of training, especially in regards to, for example, this year we provided guard cards, which is what's our private security cards and what does that look like, and had them trained on those. And we have monthly meetings as well with our school safety monitors to ensure that they are prepared and ready to face any number of things that may come on the campus. The other thing that we did is in September 2023, we ensured that every school has Narcan. And Narcan is the antidote essentially to an opioid type drug if we ever had a student or a community member that was on opioids and was under the effects. That Narcan can be used to counteract what is happening as far as the effects of the opioids. So we have school staff that are trained during the day and our after-school staff that are trained, all of which have access to that Narcan in order to ensure students are safe.
You said that's at every school site?
That's at every school site, correct?
Awesome.
And in all of our after-school programs as well. And just a little more on staff training. Don't want to go too far in depth, but we have trained, as I mentioned, all of our school safety monitors, and they are as well trained on a monthly basis with issues and new information that we receive. All of our school safety monitors have also received the unarmed security guard training and all carry what we call a guard card, which is what's required of anyone who is a private security guard or a security guard that provides training at an event, wears one of the badges. Our staff is trained in
guard card. Is that what you said? Is
guard,
that like
a guard card? It's actual card, right, which is issued.
That
identifies that they've passed the training and that they're certified.
Got it. Thanks.
We also provide first aid, CPR, and stop the bleed training to staff. So on every campus, we have multiple staff members who at any time could respond in the event that we needed any of those 3 items. We have what we call nonviolent crisis intervention training. Throughout the day, whether it's with students, maybe adults, maybe folks off campus, There are incidents that arise where someone may be elevated. They may be showing signs of stress or trauma, and staff is really trained in how do we intervene and help to calm the situation and really bring calmer heads and a calmer reaction to a situation as needed to ensure that students, staff, or community members are not injured. We have a number of our instructional assistants who are trained. All of our instructional assistants in special ed have received training in addition to our school principals, our psychologists, our mental health associates. We have a large group of individuals, and we're increasing this training and providing it to more and more staff as each year goes on.
The school safety monitors have had that training too.
Yes, and I do as well. That's a blue card, by the way, if you've been trained in that. So if you see someone else the blue card, they've been trained in NCI as well.
It's like start collecting all the
Yes,
cards.
all colors of the card, yes.
That's awesome.
As I mentioned, we have trained staff on inspecting our playground equipment. So we have trained inspectors who can go out and do go out monthly to inspect all of our equipment to ensure everything is safe. And then we also have AEDs, which are the defibrillators, and those are at every school in both at the regular school or accessible to the after-school program, or in places where we need two, we have two. One of the things that we've added this year, which really enhances the program, is a monthly inspection process that's controlled electronically to ensure that those devices, the batteries are at sufficient level, they're charged, and everything inside of them is in working order, because if we need it, they'll be ready to go. Okay, so they are inspected by the site, but they're monitored here by risk management, by Mari and her team. And I know Mari, as she went out and did her workplace inspections for the workplace violence, she did look at every one of those AEDs as well. She and Letty are very, very involved with our AED program.
That's amazing. Thank you.
All right, and now we'll move on to Jeremy and Joshua.
Thank you. Also, even though Scott's not up here presenting with us, I always want to give us a shout out to Scott Schlops and his team, because everything you saw on that first slide that's facilities, it's all Scott and his folks. So always giving a shout out, because the amazing, incredible amount of work that was done on our facilities for the last 3 years was just beyond reproach. So always want to make sure Scott's taken care of with a shout out, right? Great job, buddy. All right, I'm going to start off, then I'm going to turn over to Josh. So a couple of and again, this is the IT side of the house. So if you're thinking, where's the digital wellness? That'll be in August when we move towards the SEL mental health piece, because it belongs a little more over there. This is sort of that pure IT play. So the two I'm going to talk about really quick are our mobile device management upgrade. We moved to a whole new system for mobile device management, more expensive, but also a lot of great features. And one of those features is that parent iPad control. We've been asked for that. We went out and researched that and found that the Mosel system gave some really cool pieces of control for the parents after school. Mosel and Raptor are probably the only two words we're going to use today where we actually tell you the name of the vendors. So as a board, if you say, oh, what do we use for that piece of cybersecurity? Please don't ask that, because one of the things we don't want to do is tell the world exactly how we secure everything, because then it makes it easier for someone to attack us. So we're going to go ahead and leave out some of our vendor names as we go during the presentation. But the MDM upgrade, that's been great for a lot of things. It's been really good. We've had a lot of great response back from the teachers, because it's changed how the teachers interact with the iPads, how the students interact with the iPads, and then how my staff interacts with the iPads. We're going to save upward of like 300 hours this summer in how we interact with the iPads. Yep, Nate's very happy about this, because honestly, we touch every device every year, so 12,000 touches on devices every summer. But this new Mosel program has dropped our number of touches per device drastically, so benefits all around there. And then our Raptor visitor management system and support. So every single school site has the Raptor management system in place for all of our volunteers and all of our visitors who come in. They are checked for the DOJ through their driver's license and given that 1 day sticker with the date right on it, so they know if they keep it to the next day, you can tell they shouldn't have kept it because the date's right on it. So it's not something you can just sort of keep with you. But that's that. And I'm going to turn over to Josh Holmes, our Director of Networking and Information Systems, to talk more about cybersecurity infrastructure.
So regarding the cybersecurity side of things, first off,
Two-factor authentication can prevent about 95% of the common cyber attack. And so if we look at our two-factor authentication journey, starting in the beginning of the year, we had about 20% of our staff two-factor authenticated. As of today, we are now at 88% of our staff two-factor authenticated, so we're growing. It was a process, yes.
I know. I was about to say. I'm hoping everyone on the board was able to
Not
go
gonna
through
see any
that.
names here right
Thumbs
now.
up from everybody here. Okay, good.
But I am personally calling every single one on the list that's left, so don't worry. Regarding network intrusion tests, we work with Orange County Department of Ed, who penetrates and goes into our network to find areas of weakness so we can patch up those vulnerabilities and keep improving our network. We also are applying phishing awareness and assessment, where it really has helped us to see where we can help our staff improve on how they identify phishing emails, what to do when they get a phishing email, and the process of that. We identified a lot of areas that we can grow in. We also provided staff development and parent education on key areas of how we can use technology, and then also cyber safety, especially at the home. That was an area, and we did that through different presentations throughout the year. Also, we upgraded our district data virtualizations, particularly for data recovery in the case of a ransom attack. So we're able to use immutable backups to bring up things in case that was to happen. With the solution we have, if we had a ransom attack, we would be able to recover that document or file that they have holding ransom for us. So we wouldn't have to get that.
Okay. Just to jump in one thing there, though, real quick. So we have what's called immutable backups, thank you, Josh, which means that once it's stored, it can't be changed by the ransomware. The problem a lot of districts face, the reason they pay out is if someone gets the file of all the data, whether it's social security numbers of staff, they might grab it and we can continue with business. It's called business continuity. But they still have a file and they'll threaten to release it to the world with all the social security numbers if we don't pay. So there's really two parts to a ransomware attack. One, very hard to protect against if they somehow hack in. That's why we did the penetration testing Josh has been working on, is to shore up all our defenses so no one can go get that file in the first place. But if ransomware comes in through phishing attacks that then sort of opens that back door, we can it's called rehydrating. You take all your old stuff and bring it back up to normal, and you can pick that one piece out without the ransomware triggering again. However, if they got hold of a group of data, that's where the ransom sometimes has to be paid. If they have 800 people's social security numbers because they got through. So think of it in sort of two ways of how ransom attacks tend to work.
And there's no perfect systems. Just as a side note, the Pentagon was hacked in a few years ago. So there are no perfect systems, but they've done a lot to try to shore up those systems.
Okay, give our attention to Mari Montgomery.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to I've spoken to all of you individually, but it is a pleasure to stand here and speak to you tonight. So I have to tell you, I have never worked in a district that has more community connections than Fullerton. And I raised my family in Old Town Orange, so that's saying something because it's a very similar vibe. The community partners I have had the pleasure in my tenure, short as it is here, has been amazing. So first off, one of our largest, and I have to say you are very blessed as a district to have the camaraderie you have with St. Jude Hospital. They are an amazing team to work with. I've been working with the Wellness Advocacy Council, and all of their goals is to prevent and to help reduce obesity in the community, get kids up active and moving and that kind of thing. And of course, my job is safety, but safety kind of falls in place with that. They have been amazing. The most recent grant, which we'll talk about toward the end, is actually blessing our district. In many ways, I am trying to standardize the emergency backpacks in our classroom because I don't want to hear that one school's got this and another school's got that. You all are getting the same thing. So it's going to be a process. I can't do them all at one time. And they're being helpful and very generous as part of that grant to help with that. The Orange County Health Agency has a phenomenal program, Safe Routes to School program. I know Ruthie's been involved with some of that. And we have conducted walking audits in several neighborhoods at several schools. We started at the beginning of the school year at Maple and a community meeting there. It moved over to Richmond, where they involved the kids in the process, and their student council got involved and walked the neighborhood with the health agency and administrators. What makes you feel safe here? What makes you feel unsafe? What kinds of things can we do to improve? That kind of thing. Then the student council then gave a report to the community, and we were all invited to attend, and some of you did. And it was wonderful to see them light up and feeling like they were having a personal impact on their community. And it's very effective. It's a way to involve them in the process of change and teach them about leadership in many ways. Through that, we learn a lot, for whether it's traffic flow or parking issues or drop-off issues and pickup issues. There's a lot of things we learn from their perspective that we as adults may not see. That program will continue. We've been at meetings at Sunset Lane. We've been to Fissler. We've been to Golden Hill. We've been to Woodcrest. And there's more to come, and that process will continue over the next year. Fullerton Collaborative, another great community organization that is involved in everything, I can tell. I do attend those meetings and help with that health and wellness subcommittee and meet with them. It's a great way to learn about resources in the community and resources from the school district. It's a very collaborative effort. And then the Orangewood Foundation for Foster and Community Youth, we do a lot of things to help supplement and support those children, whether it's health related or emotional safety or physical safety, any of those parts and pieces. Next, my friend. Emergency drills. Okay, this has been very fun. So, Sergeant Bridges, my new best friend in this community, and the Fullerton Fire Department, and I meet once a month with the risk manager at the Fullerton Joint Union High School District. I meet with him the first Friday of every month. And through that has been a wonderful learning process in coordinating efforts in this community from an emergency standpoint. And we put that to the test in March over spring break. Whenever all the kids were gone, we coordinated a drill with the police department, fire department, and we have a sample of that. And you can thank Pablo for all the editing, but I don't think he's here tonight.
When an emergency unfolds at a school, quick action and clear communication are key. Imagine an adult finds someone unresponsive on school grounds. The adult first ensures the area is safe and checks if the person responds. Without hesitations, calls the school office and they dial 911, providing essential details to the dispatcher.
Office, we copy.
911, what's your emergency?
Yes, this is Nicholas Junior High. We have an unresponsive female, possible drug overdose.
Simultaneously, the school's administration is alerted through efficient communication tools, mobilizing internal safety protocols to manage the situation directly and efficiently.
510, can you have additional units and fire respond to the south side of the school off of Hill?
After morning, marker was applied, still no response.
This prompt and organized response ensures safety and can save lives, highlighting the importance of emergency preparedness in our schools. Stay alert, stay prepared, and help maintain a safe learning environment for everyone.
Hi guys, what's going on?
We did 3 different scenarios that day. This is just one sample because I didn't want to spoil any surprises you might see in the future. These team members and community partners I meet with pretty regularly. Sometimes it's daily, isn't it? Sometimes it is. Sharing protocols, threats, law enforcement tips, primary contacts. At the beginning of the year, we went through and updated. Obviously, there's turnover in a variety of departments and who those primary contacts are. The fire department is incredibly cooperative and wonderful to work with too, and anything I need, I pretty much call Christy over there in community relations, and she's very helpful. So anyway, they're a great team, and there's more to come on that. Traffic. Okay, my second interview in this district, that's what I was told. Mari, how do you feel about traffic? They weren't kidding. So, traffic. I have to say, working with the city and their traffic department has been delightful. Anytime I call over there, they're like, okay, where do you need us to be? We've attended many community meetings, whether that was through some of our community school programs. Traffic studies have been conducted at 6 schools this year. The goal was to do 5. We did 6. They are done about every 5 years from what I can tell historically, so they're in a rotation right now. Different reinforced of the ballards at Maple has been done. School parking lot and pedestrian safety signage has been increased. There's been different recommendations working with the traffic department. No, I can't really have a lot of authority over widening roads or ripping out sidewalks. However, there are different things we try to experiment with, and they've been really good to work with. So, and we updated the lighting near Valencia Park Bridge. Oh, your turn.
This year, we've added a new feature to our safety, which was a school liaison officer. And at this time, I'd like to ask Sergeant Bridges to come forward and just talk a little bit about our partnership and what this partnership has meant for not only Fullerton School District, but the Fullerton Police Department and our ability to work together.
All right, good evening. So like Dr. Hammett said, this year we're very fortunate enough to have a school liaison officer at the police department working with the district. And before I go any further, I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight the work of Officer Amanda Morley and Corporal Alexa Elkabara. They did a fantastic job with this program this year. To that, so a couple of the bullet points. So resources for parents, students, and administration. So by having the school liaison officer, you have a single point of contact. Whereas before, if there was an issue or an incident or something at the school or at a site where an officer was needed, then a call was made to the police department, and the call would go out to patrol. So we'd have no control over which officer would respond or the response times. I think response times is either on this one or the next slide. So, but by having a school liaison officer, you have the single point of contact. So you have familiarity with the officers. I've spoken to a number of principals, and they are delighted in the fact that they can pick up the phone and call the officer directly rather than having to call dispatch and explain the situation. And by doing that, the school liaison officer has a higher or faster response time than it would as far as a call going out to a patrol officer. The relationships that are built with the school liaison officer was incredible this year. Whereas the officer can go on campus, and a lot of times if the school liaison officer doesn't have a particular assignment that day, or they're not investigating something or doing an incident, in their free time they are encouraged to just go to different campuses, and the interactions that they have with the kids are incredible. So to where the kids can call the officers by their first name. Okay, just having an officer to be able to walk a campus during break time or passing period, and the power of the officer handing out a sticker to a kid is incredible. So we got more of that. We were able to do presentations for Red Ribbon Week. We did presentations for drug prevention. We did presentations for internet safety. there was a, go to the next slide. There was a couple of interactions with Officer Morley there. And later towards the end of the year, on that slide, the aqua-colored slide, Corporal Akbar was at a particular school. It was the end of the year. There was something in the water. Tensions were high, but high tensions at the school. So Corporal Akbar came up with a fantastic idea, and she went around talking to all the students and said, hey, look, okay, if you guys don't have any issues for the next 2 weeks, she says, I'm going to put together a program for you. Okay, kids were fine, and she came up with this idea of doing cops, pops, and pups. Okay, so what she did is we found a donor that was able to provide $600 worth of ice cream. So we went out, purchased the ice cream, brought it to the school. We found a fantastic DJ that came and played during their lunch. And then we also brought out our facility dogs. We had our facility dog from our police department, and we had a facility dog from the Seal Beach Police Department. Both brought their dogs, and the students loved it. And it was a great incentive for them to do the right thing and be accountable for themselves. So, but with that being said, without this school liaison officer or this program, I don't think that we'd have these things or these interactions with the students. And it's just been a great program, and I would love to see it to continue. Thank you.
One of the other points I'd like to speak to regarding the school liaison officer is we have 11,500 students approximately, and their families and everyone else that's involved with that many students on our campuses. And one of the issues that sometimes comes up are difficult things, things like child abuse, things like trauma at home or maybe trauma in a family. Having the school liaison officer have relationships and be able to work directly with students, and students feeling comfortable to work with the liaison officer has really made a difference for many of our students who have faced some very difficult situations. And we were all nervous when Officer Morley told us she was leaving and going to another district. We thought, oh no, Officer Morley's amazing. What's going to happen? And then along came Officer Alcabara. I'm like, wow, how did this happen? How did we go from one great officer to another great officer, both of which it's like Officer Alcabara was to come right in and step right into Officer Morley's footsteps and just continue with a great program, great continuity, and wonderful things happening for our students.
I just wanted to give one quick example. We had a student at one of the schools. The student had left campus and had made comments about hurting themselves. So the staff had followed the student and called the police department for assistance. It just so happened at the time the school liaison officer was at a different campus handling another situation. Officer Morley heard the call go out on the radio, so she finished up what she had to do at that campus and responded to the incident. So I happened to be in the area and I heard the call on the radio, so I showed up and I got there before Officer Morley did. So it was myself, a couple of patrol officers, the staff, and the student. And to say that the student was adamant about not going back to the campus is an understatement. And she was very animated and very upset. And she basically was telling off anybody there that she wanted to. I don't like you, I don't like you. And until Officer Morley showed up. Okay, as soon as Officer Morley showed up, she says, I don't like you, I don't like you. Oh, I like you. And her demeanor just changed immediately. And it's because Officer Morley had that relationship with her. She had been on her campus multiple times. She had talked to her multiple times. And she, at the end of it, she got in the car with Officer Morley, came back to the school, got the counselor there, sat down, and we were able to get whatever she had going on worked out. But what I'm getting at is, had Officer Morley not been there, had Officer Morley not had that relationship with her, we'd probably still be out there dealing with her. And that's the type of relationship that she fostered with this particular student and others. So, sorry, I just wanted to throw that one in there.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that story. It just shows the importance of relationship building with our kids. Could you tell us, right now the contract that we have for the next year to extend it says to be determined. Do we know if Corporal Alcabara is intending to remain in the position she's at?
No, unfortunately, the fast riser that Corporal Alcabara is, she just got a promotion. But that promotion requires, she's a field training officer, so that requires her to actually be in the field and train officers. So she's going back on a patrol, and I had to pull a couple of strings actually to get her just to fill in for that temporary spot. And like Dr. Hammond said, she did an amazing spot. But like Dr. Hammond said, we had a great person in there with Officer Morley. We had a great person in there with Corporal Alcabara, and true to form, we will put somebody else in there as well. Somebody else is good.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see.
So we've shared with you a lot of things that we're already doing, but in the Fullerton tradition, status quo is just not enough. So we will be doing more in the 24-25 school year. So one of the things that you're going to see this summer, if you drive by Pacific Drive, Raymond or Fern, you'll see fencing improvements. Those fencing improvements involve raising the height of the kindergarten fence and doing some other modifications to some of the fencing. Again, ensuring that the perimeter is secure and that we strengthen the whole single point of entry to each one of our campuses. With our employee and community partnerships, you'll see continued safety monitor and playground supervisor training. As we mentioned, we will continue to provide that to ensure that what we've already trained them on is reinforced, but that we're also providing new and updated training. On March 7th, you know you're already marking your calendars, we will be doing a community partner emergency drill with all community partners, including the high school, Fullerton Police, Fullerton Fire, and the city. It will be a full-fledged emergency drill that will involve all of our schools and will really give us a good idea of how strong our responses are. On July 1st, we will have in place our new workplace violence plan, which will also involve training and an employee reporting component. So good news, Mari has worked very hard on getting this together, has also worked with ASCIP and some of our other partners to ensure that plan's in place. We are standardizing and updating our classroom emergency backpacks. We've already received some donations to ensure that happens, but that every classroom, every school, including preschool and the after-school program, all have a backpack that contains the supplies that are needed to ensure the students in that class would be taken care of in the event of an emergency.
Does that replace the annual granola bars and Chef Boyardee cups that parents bring every single year?
It doesn't, nope. It just ensures that we have stop the bleed kits, we have bandages, we have all of the things we would need for any emergency, and if we needed to administer first aid, and that we have sufficient for every single classroom, every student.
Thanks.
The final thing that we're excited about as far as employee and community partnerships is we're working with the Sandy Hook Promise, and we'll be introducing a program called Say Something, which is an anonymous reporting system. It allows for reporting in the modern age. So you can report via an app, you can report by texting, you can report by calling. There's just a variety of ways that students can report, parents can report, staff can report if there's an issue on campus. So we're very excited, more to come about that. The great thing about Sandy Hook Promise is it's free to the district. And the other great thing is it's a very robust system. So it's 24/7 and provides very good training and resources for our students, our staff, and our community. So they have a call center, 24/7 call center, and then they have a response system and a calling tree that they call out. So depending on the level of what the response is or what the emergency is, they can either contact the school site or send a message if it's not absolutely urgent. If it's more urgent, then they'll contact district staff members, Mari, myself, who we will respond. Or if it truly is a emergency responder situation, police department, fire department are contacted, and there's an immediate response. But it's their phones are always monitored. They're always monitoring their app feed, their internet feed, to ensure that all of that is immediately responded to.
And their call center has a live person on the other end of the phone, which is different than a lot of other applications. And it's open 24/7, 365. So that's the beauty of that program.
So this wonderful program is an app on everybody's iPad?
We will have an app on the iPads, a link, and we'll also have a link on our website available as well.
Thank you.
All right, now I'll move over to Joshua.
So for the 24-25 year on the information technology side, we're going to continue phishing training and education. That's a big push that we realize needs to be patched, so we're going to make sure we improve in that area. We're also going to perform a cybersecurity tabletop training, which is going to include building an incident response plan, and that's going to be working with each department, working especially with Mari, trying to make sure if something was to happen, what that process is, and then testing that process. And then finally, we're going to continue pushing two-factor authentication. If you have yet to do it, I'll probably be contacting you. But the goal is we're going to be 100% in all new staff. That's going to be the new norm for us to keep us protected.
And as promised earlier, on August 20th, we will be doing another presentation on our social emotional learning and our mental health programs and how we're responding as well to ensure that students are safe on that other side, outside of the physical and the training side that we've covered tonight. All right, any questions?
Questions from the board?
I have just a couple questions going back to when we spoke about intruder drills.
Yes.
Do we actually call them intruder drills?
We don't.
Thank
We
you.
will call them lockdown drills.
Okay.
So we do a lockdown.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes, and it's actually not, we don't make it scary. We don't, nothing like that. We just let the teachers know this is a lockdown drill, and all of the students then practice the lockdown procedures.
Thank you. The other thing is, it's when we talked about the fencing and safety at our school sites, the corner of Lemon and Valencia Maple's kinder classes out there with the fencing has gone up, but it's open to that intersection right there. Are we putting bushes, do you know, are you putting big bushes or something around there for privacy? Is there some kind of way
Like
that
a
we can have
privacy
privacy
fence?
there with Maple?
Well, the area
corner?
is secured with a fence.
Yeah, but you could
And
see
so
it, right?
we were working with the principal there, and we'll be working with the new one to put up like a shield, whether it's plants or a banner, kind of shield it. So we're working on that.
And
But it is fenced in.
Yeah.
And covering fences is one of those mixed things,
Yeah.
because if we do have first responders out, it's much better if they can see what's going on the campus on one hand, but on the other hand, you don't want everyone to drive by and
Right.
see students. So it's one of those things that we really try to balance the two.
Got it.
Well, we do, because we don't know when any of those things could happen, and the procedures for all three are different. So we want to make sure that the students know what the procedures are in each situation. For example, with an earthquake drill, we don't want to evacuate the building right away like we do with a fire drill. And an intruder drill, then is again, I don't want to give away too much of what we do, but a completely different procedure than either of those other two. So we want to make sure, if we have a real incident, that students know what exactly they need to do. Right. Right. And to not be scared of it. Right, and to not be scared.
Yeah, I had a couple questions, especially for Officer Bridges. I was curious about well, for both of you, Dr. Hammett too, who's monitoring our cameras? Because I think in the beginning it was sort of principals were trying to do it, and then it was, the conversation was, well, it's more for after the fact to kind of go back and see what happened. But I learned recently from Chief Radis at the city that we've contracted with another organization to do more live monitoring. A lot of voluntary organizations, businesses in town are going to be having their cameras monitored by choice. Is that something FSD has elected to be a part of? Could we have more eyes on our cameras? Would that help increase safety for our kids?
So I can't speak for FSD as far as the monitoring of the camera. So yes, we do have access to the cameras. We're not constantly monitoring. It's more so after the fact. But we do, like I said, in the mornings I'll check the cameras and check the safety of the perimeters. And it's also a safeguard too. So in the event of an actual emergency, so again, we're not monitoring it constantly, but however, in the event of an actual emergency, if officers have to respond to a particular campus, it's kind of twofold. The officers themselves, we can actually, in our cars, pull up a camera at a school on our screens. Probably not the safest thing to do while driving. But it is, it is available. But where it'd probably be more practical for us is while the officers are driving to the campus, our dispatchers can also pull up the cameras and relay real-time information to our officers while they're en route to a campus. So it's probably more practical that way.
So it might not be practical to have someone like a mall cop monitoring every camera at all times 24/7, but it's more in those emergency situations. Okay, I just learned about that new program that sounds like some businesses are choosing to kind of give more access to their cameras, but sounds like we've got what we need right now
to
create safety. I wanted to ask too, with the SLO, the school liaison officer, of the two that we've had, have they participated in every drill? Are they pretty much a part of every drill that's happening and in even the planning processes?
So I can speak to that. So yes, so Officer Morley works alongside with Mari, and anything, she was in Mari's office. Mari would call Officer Morley, bounce back different ideas. That it was actually Officer Morley in the video there. And then that particular day, like Marty said, we did 3 different scenarios. So not only was Officer Morley involved with that, but my whole office was, and we went to 2 other sites, and we did the scenarios at the other sites. I think we did 3 schools that day. And Officer Morley was involved with, helping Mari come up with the scenarios, what we were going to do, the campuses. So yes, the school liaison officer was directly involved with that, the planning and of the scenarios.
As far as monthly ones, yes, we visited quite a few. I keep thinking I'm loud enough, so sorry.
It's for the translators,
Okay.
Yeah, we need the translators to hear.
The monthly drills, yes, there were lots of field trips to campuses. Did we make them, like if Woodcrest was having one at the same time Pack Drive was? No. But we made as many as we could prior to doing that drill in March so that we had a better understanding of what's actually going. And we would stand in 3 different classrooms because teachers sometimes do things a little bit differently depending on the setups in their classrooms, especially if it's a shelter in place or an earthquake drill kind of thing. And I will tell you, they're pretty buttoned up, I have to say.
That's great.
They do a really good job across the board.
So one of the things that we talked about for this school liaison officer to be a part of was the new focus program that we introduced at the beginning of the school year. Can you tell us more about whether we've had a chance to use that program? Has our SLO been a part of that? How does that look this year?
So we rolled out the focus program to our own district administrative team and staff here in October. And then we had agreement almost immediately from Fullerton Police to be involved. We had some technical difficulties between the county and between the Fullerton Police Department system in getting everything to sync up.
Like
So
if
the-
it was a county officer responding to an emergency versus a local
No,
Fullerton
like
police?
getting the
OCDE?
The
getting,
database.
right, OCDE to link up with the Fullerton Police Department and getting the two different technological systems to
Okay.
talk. So that was the hardest part. We had training planned, but the systems weren't talking yet. So we were unable, OCDE was unable to complete the training. However, in April, the training was completed. So now we have dabbled with the system, but we really will be doing that full rollout of that system, starting with the new school year now that we know everything works.
Okay, so it was on pause through
Yes.
that period.
Yes.
So this school year, we'll see how that works.
Yes.
Okay, and the new SLO will have a role in supporting that, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Good. Last question for me, because we're going to be reviewing the contract later as part of the agenda item. I was curious, last year we agreed to pay $85,000 as 2/3 of the salary of this position, plus another $72,000 for a vehicle and equipment. This year, the contract is for $113,000. I'm curious if that's an increase in salary. Does that include some equipment, or why the change in price?
There has been a negotiated, I'll let you speak to the negotiated salary increase.
So for this year, obviously, the cost of the vehicle is not on there because it's already
Yep.
been purchased and acquired. And the difference in the salary is due to a contract raise that we had through city negotiations.
Okay, so all officers are being paid at a higher rate?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
And is this, the
And
Fullerton
that's-
School District now still paying 2/3 of what would be the annual salary of that SLO?
Correct, and that's
Okay.
on the higher end. So we quote it as a top step corporal.
Okay.
Now, depending on who occupies the position, it could be less. It's not going to
Okay.
be any more, but it definitely could be less.
Okay.
Depending on the rank
Yeah.
of the officer that's put in that position.
That makes sense. I mean, we want to pay our officers for the good work they're doing, and I appreciate that it's a 2/3 of a salary and that the city is also paying the remainder.
Trustee, do you have any questions, comments?
Thank you.
Yeah? No, I just want to kind of wrap up with a little bit. I'm super excited to continue seeing that our school district is focusing on emergency preparedness. I remember close to 10 years ago, I did some work with the Woodcrest Elementary there when I was back with Habitat for Humanity, and we had about 100 parents get involved with the reunification process there and kind of started something there, and it was really kind of elevating their voice of a need that they wanted to see happen, and be able to understand it a little bit more. So kind of it being practical and it being part of the drill. So super excited that that's all happening, and then also the crisis communication component as well too, making sure that the community and the parents know kind of what that looks like to be able to understand it a little bit more. So amazing on that. And then Sergeant Bridges, again, just a testament to our police department. Know again what community and police relations look like, especially when they're in sync and they're really providing, transparency to the community and having them involved in what policing should look like in their communities. So a big kudos to you to be able to continue working, not just in our communities, but in our schools specifically as well too. So thank you so much for that. Yeah. Is that everyone?
And I just want to add into it. First, thanks to the whole team. We appreciate the partnership, obviously with the police department. Also, a big shout out to the fire department and the good work that we did with them as well. And a big shout out to Mari. We've started really a deeper relationship with the high school district and some of the communication that has come about, and that is in large part due to Mari. So we appreciate the good work that she's done. As you can see, the IIS staff has worked really hard in the area of cybersecurity. And again, it is not foolproof by any means, but they've taken some really active steps. This is not to say that somehow we've arrived in any way. We're on a journey, and each step of the way, we find holes, and we find ways and strategies to make us better. And so our commitment and what we're saying is not that we're perfect or that we've arrived, but we are committed to making it better. And what you see tonight is a commitment to each day and each month and each year getting better. And so just to know it is really important, and I know we'll learn some new lessons. We learned lessons last year that we're going to grow from, and I'm sure there'll be, unfortunately, new lessons that we'll need to learn again.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that presentation. With that, we're going to be moving into our next agenda item, which is our consent. Are there any items that any of the trustees wish to pull or discuss before we vote on adopting it? Microphone. Please, thank you.
I want
Just-
to point out our wonderful partners who donate to our schools, and you'll look at this, while the sum this month isn't anywhere near where it's been in previous months, the amount of money donated by our school foundations and PTAs make such a huge difference. So thank all the leaders of those organizations and all the parents in those schools for supporting our sites to allow them to have the things that they feel are a priority that they couldn't otherwise afford. And again, the board is totally grateful to all of them for their donations. And that's the only thing I want to pull out right now.
Anyone
Thank
else?
you.
Any other trustee comments or?
I just noticed that looking at the certificate report, our HR report, that many of our teachers are doing a lot of training and professional development over the summer. I saw especially special education and co-teach being a model that a lot of our teachers are learning about. I'm really excited to see how that leads to greater inclusion in our classrooms and just really making sure our teachers are equipped to support our kids. And I just appreciate all the hard work they're doing over the summer to be ready to continue growing and teaching in the fall.
I was going to comment on that as well. I want to go back just to item F again. We're talking about the school liaison officer. I think in what we were talking about today, one thing that hits home that I think we forget is that single point of contact, the story with the person that was leaving school, and when she saw that one person that was her safe person. That's amazing because there are so many, I work with an organization that has things like that happen. If there is a single point person and they feel that that's a trusting relationship, that makes all the difference in the world for our kids, right? When everything else fails, seeing that one person makes a huge difference. So on that alone, I'm very comfortable and very excited about moving forward with this. And I have all the faith in the world that you're going to find someone as good, right? Yeah, just when you think you can't get better, we get better.
Right.
So,
And yes, that is pressure we're putting on you.
I will find you.
I think we know where to find them.
I
Awesome.
move to accept the consent calendar as presented.
Perfect. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Awesome. So with that, let's take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back at 7:52. 9A, we have Mitzi Omar. Mitzi Omar. You can go ahead and you'll have 3 minutes, or
I'm gonna let
Vanessa. Okay, want to switch? You have 3 minutes just to speak on the topic.
If I don't use my 3 minutes, then she have the rest of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
She has a lot to say, that's why she wants me to go first.
Okay. She wants to cover everything you don't?
Yeah.
Perfect.
We only have 2 comments, I think.
Yeah.
Have some great.
Yeah, it's not, yeah. If you need more time, yeah, definitely. But
We good? Oh, ooh, it's loud. Good evening. I hope everyone's having a good week. My name is Vanessa Estrella, and I am a parent of 2 children in the school district. First, thank you for having this important discussion on cell phone use in our schools. It is my understanding that our district policy is to allow students to bring cell phones, but their use during school hours is generally not permitted. However, that is not what is happening. Students frequently use them during class, between classes, and at lunchtime, which distracts them from learning and negatively impacts their academic performance. This issue is particularly concerning to me at the junior high level, where students are recording and posting fights on social media. This not only glorifies violence, but also creates a harmful environment, leading to severe emotional distress for those involved, and it contributes to bullying. I know this firsthand because my 7th grade neighbor experienced this trauma, which affected her entire family and our community, and our neighborhood, of course. I fear for my daughter entering junior high next year and what she may be exposed to if we don't do something about it. There are countries and some U.S. states that have already adopted a nationwide smartphone ban on primary and middle schools. California has not implemented a statewide ban on cell phones, but there is proposed legislation addressing their use in schools. Assembly Bill 3216, which passed the state assembly, would require public schools to create policies to limit or ban cell phones, during the school day by July 1st, 2026. The goal is to definitely reduce distractions and bullying associated with cell phone use. We must enforce policies that keep students focused on education and foster a safe, respectful environment. By limiting cell phone use to before and after school, we can ensure our schools remain places of learning and growth. I urge you to consider a stricter cell phone policy for our district as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
thank you so much. Go ahead.
Same problem as last time. Good evening. My name is Miss Omar. I am the parent of 2 Fullerton School District children. Back in April, I spoke to you about the physical assault of my older daughter and how the filming, posting, and viral spread of this incident affected her. After I spoke, I was met with compassion and words of solidarity by many of you, which I appreciate. And so I'm thankful that we are here now to address the issue of cell phone usage on the same night that we discuss safety, because I believe these 2 things are linked. Now, the issues that I had brought up at that time were that there are multiple social media accounts which are dedicated to bullying students at Ladera Vista. Many of these children are filmed without their consent during school hours, and the major increase in fights seems to be motivated by the ability to document and spread fight videos for prestige. Each of these issues individually are enough to merit major changes to our current policy, and yet there is still more, mental health being one of them. I recently saw a national survey that said there was a 145% increase in the occurrence of depression among adolescent girls since 2012. which just happens to coincide with the integration of social media and smartphones. But obviously, I'm not a researcher, and I know that correlation does not equal causation. But we are all parents, teachers, administrators. We have firsthand experiential knowledge of what is happening. We see what cell phones and social media are doing, can do to our children. In another, not to be annoying, but in another study, I saw that the average teen gets something like 192 notifications or alerts per day. And even if your son or daughter or student has less than that, fewer social media accounts, and gets half that amount, that is still a huge amount of distraction happening on a daily basis. Inside the classroom, those distractions can manifest themselves in the form of behavior issues for teachers and an inability to concentrate for students, which ultimately leads to a loss of learning. All that to say that the presence of cell phones in our schools is a safety issue, it's a social emotional issue, and it's an academic issue. It has to be addressed, and we have a responsibility to do better for our kids. The last point I'd like to stress is that these changes need to be made at the district level, and I know it on the surface it may seem like it's a teen issue or a problem more for the junior highs, but it's not. I believe that setting strong, clear expectations around cell phones will communicate a consistent message to students and parents from the time they enter this district to the time that they leave, no matter what school they're attending. So that's all. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll bring it back to our fellow trustees. Who wants to? This is just a discussion agenda item. Or do you want to provide some?
Yeah, just
content?
a little background. So I asked Jeremy just to do some gathering. So we gathered, we talked with the junior high principals, our K-8 principals, and really said, what do you do as a practice? And while I think generally speaking, the practice in theory is very similar, which is it's not supposed to happen in class, and it's not supposed to happen outside. But there are variations. I know at parks, as an example, they have a cell phone zone that they can talk to their parents or text their parents, and that's not necessarily true at all sites. And so Jeremy's going to just share, what those practices are, and then in addition to that, we do have buried in different places our acceptable use policy references to cell phones, and so he's just going to bring it's not a presentation, and in the end he's just going to share that with you, and then it really is up to you then to say, okay, what do you want to do with this, and then ultimately our goal is to say at the end of this, what are our next steps for staff? And next steps could be just bring back for more discussion or an action item, or of course the board can say, well, that's nothing more. Probably that's not what's going to happen. But we do want some direction at the end of this discussion on what do you want us to do next. So with that, Jeremy, just share a few notes there.
Sure. Trustees, I sent everybody really a compilation of a lot of things on Friday or Saturday. Sorry, I think Saturday. A couple pieces. One, what's already in our student acceptable use policy at this moment, which actually covers a lot of the things that students are doing that they're being punished for or disciplined for. But I also sent you some ed code pieces. There is an ed code piece which, if California does move to ban, like some states have, they'd have to change the entire ed code, because educational code right now says that students need to have access during an emergency to that phone. So like we as a school district, I believe, because the lawyers told us this, I'm not a lawyer, but the attorneys we asked said, You can't actually ban, because then the student, like if you said they can never come to school, the student wouldn't have access to it during an emergency. So if the state moved to ban at some point, the state would have to change ed code before they move to ban in that way. So that's just a sort of a point there to note. So we do have our acceptable use policy. It goes out through AIR every year, which AIR is the system where parents log in, they read all the policies, and then they move through and say, yeah, here's my updated information. Also, students are sent home something to sign with parents, which we're updating and changing to a single page and a half, front and back, that's going to go home to every child this year, rather than schools doing their own. We've always given them some wording that needs to be in there. This year we're changing our whole AUP from like a 7-page document of legalese to a 1.5-pager that still wraps it together. We've already had that approved for our attorney. We are going to wait for a little more of this discussion before we outline the phone piece. But there's a few things that were asked by our principals, and the principals did ask things like, we're all different. Like, Beechwood is different from LV, which is different from Woodcrest or whatever. Some leeway in how they determine discipline, because also what happens is it depends on the student. Has a student is this like a 5th offense on anything that when this cell phone thing comes up, or is it the first time this child's ever done anything? So if we were to like try and lay out in a policy, this becomes this, this is the exact discipline you will do no matter what, that's not really what they were looking for. They just wanted to make sure that when they do provide discipline on their PBIS matrix, or when they really enforce these things, whether it's calling police or whatnot, that the board has their back, that yes, they can be very strict as they enforce these cell phone rules. So we have a couple of things also. There's definitely an expectation sometimes within our parent community that if they text their student in the middle of the day, the student will respond. We do have some parents that call the school and say, go make sure my child is okay because I texted them and they're not responding. It's like, well, that's math class. They're not supposed to actually be doing anything there. It's against the rules, please. Or DoorDash is being ordered. Sometimes whether it's by the student or by the parent, and they're wondering why the child isn't picking up their lunch. And it's like, no, that's not really what that's there for. It's more of a safety thing. Like, I understand parents wanting their child to, in an emergency, be able to communicate with them. But that's actually a school emergency. The ed code is not a family emergency, because we'd have no idea. Therefore, we can't just say, yeah, leave it on all the time just in case your family has an emergency. Really, it should be off until a certain time, and then at lunch, maybe if you check if you go to that office, or at the end, the beginning of school day, things like that. So things to consider are there's already some pieces in place. We can't go against ed code. And then some things are going to be setting some expectations with parents. I like what the speaker just said. How do we set expectations early? Well, the phone is off, therefore don't text them in the middle of the day, or if you do, they probably won't respond until the end of the day, because that's when it's allowed to be on, and if they're following the rules, if that's the rules we set. So those are some things to think about. We are in the middle of rewriting that responsible use agreement. So if there's specific things that the board would like to see added to that, we can do that. But also, we want it to be vague enough that schools can then put in their own PBIS or their own discipline based on how they see fit at their school, which has worked really well at the schools to be slightly different depending on their community or depending on how they've worked with their students. So start with that, and then I'm here to answer any questions as you all discuss.
Awesome. Fellow trustees want to kick it off?
I can do that.
Yeah.
I've got lots of notes and I'm excited to have this conversation. I think, this is such an important, critical issue. And the three of us on this side are parents who are trying to raise our kids in an age where most of us have had smartphones in our hands since the day our kids were born. And no one taught us how to do it. But there is now enough research out there since 2010 is kind of the seminal point where we see the introduction of social media and smartphones, where we're beginning to see the impact of these smartphones on our kids, and it's not good. We are seeing that our kids are experiencing a mental health crisis, that there are multiple factors to that, but many people have convincingly argued that it is this confluence of smartphones, social media, lack of a freedom to play outdoors that is really rewiring childhood in this transition from a play-based childhood to a phone-based childhood. I've been reading this book by Jonathan Haidt called The Anxious Generation that explores this exact question as a social psychologist. What is going on with our kids and why are they suffering so much? And I see it as a college professor too, the levels of anxiety and depression, because as Misty brought up, we're seeing teens and children with higher rates of anxiety, depression, hospitalizations due to self-harm and suicidality. Girls, since 2004 to 2020, girls ages 10 to 14, so these are young pre-adolescents, had a 188% increase in emergency room visits due to self-harm. Anxiety and depression among teen girls ages 12 to 17 increased 145% in that same time, and 161% for boys. So it's affecting boys and girls. They just sometimes manifest in different ways. Girls tend to internalize a lot of this anxiety and self-harm, whereas boys externalize it with behaviors in the classroom that look more like violent outbursts. But in addition to the mental health impact for our kids, we're seeing physical impacts of eating disorders, of lack of sleep, lack of attention, risks with lack of sleep. There's also depression that comes with that, risks of grooming and exploitation and abuse online, addiction, pornography. There's so many reasons why we need to be thinking about how we engage and allow our kids to have access to the internet and social media. And so I think schools and parents are starting to reconsider these relationships and decide that we need to take more power and control over this. And especially, I know that ultimately it's going to be parents' choice what they allow their kids when they decide it's best for their kids to have access to these things. But kids are under our care for 6 hours a day. And so we have responsibility to make sure that we're producing a healthy environment, we're doing what's best for them, based on the research and the information we have, and that it's producing an environment where kids are safe, healthy, and learning, right, are being educated. So I believe, as you know, Misty brought up a lot of really great points. I think that cell phone use on campuses right now at Fullerton are driving violence and bullying and cyberbullying. I think we've seen that both in some of our schools this past year, or even panic that arose. I remember 2 years ago with Nicholas when there was a rumor of gun violence, but the panic that came because of cell phone use. It's a distraction leading to inattention, whether it's, I've heard of parents calling kindergartners on their smartwatches to check in on them during the middle of the day, a notification that comes constantly. It was something like, kids are notified every 10 minutes, but typically, if not more, with these notifications on their phones. Whether they're shopping online, I've seen kids in my kids' classroom shopping during the day. They are distracted, and they're spending up to 7 hours a day on the internet, on screens. And that's hard to do if you're not doing it during school, too. And it's contributing to isolation and loneliness, social isolation, where kids have a million friends online, but no one in person. And they're on their phones and looking down at a screen instead of interacting and learning the social skills they need during lunch or break in between classes or after school, the before and after moments. And then I think it's definitely, as I said, contributing to the growth of anxiety, depression, self-harm, and suicide. So there's so many reasons why I think we need to really think about how we can limit and create spaces at school that are more safe for kids. Just the ability to turn the phone off and not have to worry about who's posting images of you during the day, who's taking a picture of you surreptitiously and then posting it or saying comments about you. We want to give our kids that freedom when they're at school. So I really, I know that it works. I've talked to junior high teachers at Anaheim where they've made no phone zones throughout Anaheim's junior high and high school. I know schools across the country are experimenting and growing in this area, and I think we can do it. And I personally would like to see a a policy that's consistent where we have no cell phones from bell to bell. I think we should eliminate the use of cell phones during lunch and breaks and recess so that when kids are at school, they're focused on academics and socialization, physical space, at school, not what's happening online. And I think that there are ways we can have flexibility on, the law says we have to protect kids so they can make sure they can check in with families in emergencies. That if there are medical reasons, if they've got their diabetes blood sugars hooked up to an app on their phone, of course we want them to have access to that. But there are exceptions we can create rather than the rule that I think should be when kids come to school, the bell rings, their phones are gone, they're put away, they're silenced, and they're not a distraction from learning.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Trustee, anyone else?
I think that we don't have to
Attorney?
speak when Ruthie starts. So it's like, yes, exactly.
Sure.
I have some just questions. I agree completely with what you've said, Ruthie. I'm technically, some questions that I had is, right now, our policy does say you can't use the phone during the day. Am I correct?
Unless authorized by the teacher or the
Right.
administrator.
So it's
But
already.
kids do.
I know that.
Yeah.
I'm not doubting anything you say. I've walked on campuses, I've seen it, I see the shopping, that's why I said first, completely agree. I'm not fighting at all. I'm trying to clarify the fact that is, we have a policy right now that says you can't have your phone, right? And they still have it. So I'm not sure, I do know that we can tweak our policy, but our policy already says you can't have your phone during school hours. You have to keep it off in your backpack away, right? You have to make, the law says you have to have that phone available, so if an emergency happens, the child has to get it. So
Accessible, yeah.
if a child is taken, if someone takes the phone away because they've used it, first offense, a warning, second offense, we have consequences in our conduct policy. We have it written right now. What doesn't look like it's happening is that we're not policing it, or we're not enforcing it. How do you supervise 900 kids at lunchtime at one time as a playground supervisor? I know we don't have that, right?
I think, one caveat just for the board to consider is it says kind of based on whether staff, individual staff members allow it. So it does create kind of this interplay between, in some cases, you might have staff that does allow it and maybe one that doesn't. That adds to the complexity, it adds to flexibility, but it also adds to this kind of this piece of like, this person is allowing it and this person isn't. And so, is there potential for the board to consider maybe standardizing that?
Yeah.
So that's for the board to decide, but it's not just a matter of enforcement. Right now, there is a fair amount of flexibility from place to
Okay,
place.
I'm sorry, I kind of wanted to clarify, why is it not happening? So it sounds like there is some discretion with staff that they feel like they can be the one to say, yes, you can use it.
And that's in the mobile device statement.
Right,
Acceptable use policy, it says personal mobile devices may be allowed in instructional settings with permission. Students must seek approval for device use during class. I would say err on the side of they're not allowed. Unless I don't know a good reason for a teacher to use a personal device when they have iPads. My child was instructed to download an app in order to communicate in the class. She doesn't have a personal cell phone, so she was required to participate in a class, but she didn't have the technology to do it. I think if we limit all apps and activities to what's available on an iPad, which we provide, there's no need to ever say, take out your personal cell phone.
So I'm going to finish. So right now, even in our conduct policy, we even talk about it as well, right? So it's not somewhere it's at. So I do agree that we need to have some type of consistent consequence and enforcement across the district. I think it's hard for one school to do one thing and one school to do another thing. I love the fact that our principals could have their own, worlds, but in an environment like this, where I think this is so important, I personally don't think that we can, it's got to be something where it's being enforced and it's not being something that my discretion is. I do agree with the if you do have to make a phone call, I like the parks idea of a cell phone zone or what have you. Someone was saying today that some of the high schools have, the calculator where they used to have the calculator organizers where the kids walk in the class, they put their phone.
parking lots.
Right, and you just leave it, you check it at the door, and you get it when you leave. I mean, and then it's available to them if an emergency happens, it's somewhere close by. I mean, I think there are limitations based on ed code that we have to follow. But I do think that we have a policy in place. I don't think that we're enforcing the policy as we could be. And I think it also goes back to that parent education. All of the things that you said, Ruthie, you put that into some kind of presentation to our parents and to our caregivers that, this is important and this is all new and we're learning as we go. But it's taken over, and not just with your school age kids. I mean, there are adults that are having these issues as well. It's a society issue, I think. And I don't think you don't have to be in the weeds to see that. So I do truly believe we need some consistency, and we need to come up with, okay, yeah, there are some times when I need to get a hold of my child, but I shouldn't be able to find them every 10 minutes. They're at school. They're safe. If they're not safe, then you'll know it.
Yeah, 2 quick things on that. I want to make sure that I didn't misspeak. So in our current AUP, it talks about the instructional time. So it doesn't actually say you may not use it during snack or lunch. That's at the school. Almost all of our middle schools have actually gone beyond and said, and they put it in their own handbook, this is what you're going to do. And and they talk about more bell to bell, which is fine if we wanted to add that in, no problem at all. The second thing is, there's lots of pieces where if we were going to go to something where we change entirely, like you have to have one of these cubbies on the wall, we probably want to talk with FIDA and get like association input. And I will tell you, from personal experience, my son, as ingenious as he is, went digging through the junk drawer, and I'm like, what is he doing? Well, he wanted a dummy phone because he wanted to put one of my old Androids in the thing so he could keep his phone with him at all times, and he did that for like a year. And I'm like, oh, whatever. But it's like so that there are ways to get around some of those things, obviously. But yeah, if we want to put in 100%, yeah, no, but I think bell to bell, yeah, whatever you guys want to do. That if you want to do bell to bell, this is what we do, absolutely. And yeah, the exceptions around medical. We also need to consider outside of phones as well. This should really be a personal device policy because I don't know if you've seen the new Ray-Bans that Meta has put out. They're looking pretty much just like a set of normal glasses at this point, and they can fully record. So we really want to get ahead of that as well, which is all personal devices that can record or whatnot should be off during time, and because it's just going to keep growing no matter what it is, whether it's the phone, it's going to start having, video cameras in it, whatever, or the watch, the glasses, those are not to be used outside of the bounds of what we do.
You can't record somebody without their permission. I mean, it's
all there.
Yeah.
Chime in on this a bit. First, when you came before, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you this evening. You pushed so many buttons in my mind and in my heart. And I happened the next week to be babysitting with 5 teenagers. And just not my own, only my grandchildren, okay? And I discussed the whole incident with them, okay? And 2 go to public school, 3 go to private school, all the same age, okay? And one of the most important messages I got was, you can't have rules you don't enforce. You can't make rules, Grandma, are you crazy? These things aren't going to be able to be enforced, so what are you asking? And so I thought about that a lot. And I actually spoke to a couple teachers about this. And first of all, I came up with different sites are different. There is a different culture at different sites. For example, when you go to art at Parks Junior High, you'll see a huge number of their students with earphones in, and they're listening to music as they do it, and the teacher says they produce better artwork. It relaxes them. When you go to some other schools, they're not doing that. It's different. Different kids, different schools, different cultures. And that's why some teachers want to allow for certain activities the ability to let a child in their classroom with their discretion use a device that isn't our device. Okay, I'm not one for limiting education, but the concept of sleep deprivation causing all sorts of issues, including depression and bad behavior, and students who feel people are watching them at all times, all sorts of things, I'm also concerned with that. So I'm looking that we have PBIS in every one of our schools. Again, not identical at every school, but it's there. And we have this policy, this acceptable use policy. And I think there are two factors in what's going on. A huge part, well, in our schools, I don't think, for whatever the reason, we are enforcing the rules we have already. And I don't know how to get them enforced because these are pretty grand rules. You know, you cannot use your phone at school. That's pretty broad in 2024, and if they get the glasses, and some will by Christmas, they'll be doing that too. So it really falls on the administrators of those schools and on the superintendent to evaluate those administrators, because the board can give support to families and teachers and put the word out there that we are really interested in following these rules, but that puts it on the administrator to make it clear to its staff, and if they can't, of course there will be things that happen, but that has to come through the superintendent also. And then the parents, you said it clearly, and you said it clearly. Parents have children many hours during the day. Parents are, it sounds like, are part of our problem, and I don't know. I have yet to go to a school, well, most of our schools, when I walk there during lunchtime, I see bags out in front for kids to pick up their lunch, and mom may have texted them, it's delivered. And in some of our schools, I see hot McDonald's, I see fresh sushi, I see all sorts of things that somehow those students have to be told that stuff got there. And I don't know who orders it, I don't know who drops it off, but it's there. So maybe we don't allow any food to be dropped off at our schools anymore. I don't know. That would make parents unhappy, but I want to know, what can we do, Jeremy, to create a parent piece where the parents actually understand that we have these rules? Because you could put your acceptable use policy on a page and a half. When all those papers come in the first week of school, my heart says I don't believe a huge number of parents read every word. I think they just sign it. And as a result, I didn't know that was a rule. I didn't know I'm not allowed to phone up and tell him that he has a haircut at 2:30. I didn't know that. That was sort of important. And what type of things could you suggest that our parents might become more informed on what you all are talking about, the downsides, and also informed on what the school already has in place that we're going to follow to try to stop the behaviors we don't want in our schools?
Yeah, I think there's two pieces. One absolutely is parent communication around the dangers of everything involved with cell phone use and you know what we suggest or don't suggest. As a school district, we're not going to say you shouldn't give your child a phone until they're a senior in high school, but we are going to say there's some dangers to this. Here's the depression. That's a huge piece. I mean, my daughter, I'm constantly watching her screen time, and I'm grateful that it's under 2 hours every day on her phone, which is great. That's like very low compared to most of her friends, so I'm grateful for that. But that's been an effort from way back when on the dangers of all this, because it's part of my job, so I've been informing my kids forever. So yes, there's informing parents and having parent nights and having videos and having whatever we can do to help push that out through our digital wellness program of the dangers of that. The second really is more of an expectations piece. Whatever we decide to do, if we decide, you know what, bell to bell, the phones are off, you shouldn't expect your child to answer your text ever. You should expect that there will be a disciplinary action if your child has their phone out for any reason. Whatever it is, those are things we can also communicate. If that's where we go with that, the sites would need to communicate that just to solve the problems, because if they don't communicate that well, and we would help them do that, they would be getting phone calls constantly. Why isn't my son responding to my text? Because they're not allowed to have the phone on, and they know that. And so just like everything else we do here with culture, it's repetitive nature of it, and we do a great job with it. We do a great job through our teachers. We get our associations on board through discussing that before we move forward. Usually with a drastic change, we make sure they're on board with it as well, because there are folks who might say, this isn't going to work, and here's 25 reasons why this won't work in the classroom. Things like, could we put some music on the iPads? Yes. Can we give them their Apple Music access on the iPads? No, because we don't allow the individual Apple ID logons from the students, because we have to be able to control that, and that would break Mosel. So we don't allow that piece. There's some pieces like with the music, I agree with that. I agree that there are teachers who would say, you know what, I'm going to get better product if I'm doing a week and a half ceramic project. If the kids can lose themselves in their music, I'm going to get a better product. I'm going to have less behavior issues. There are those pieces to work around too, and that'd probably be a great discussion with FIDA. But parent communication, 100%. We can do that a bunch of ways. Some through the site, some through us, some through PTAs, DLAC.
Just think one thing to add. So one of the principals, we met with the principals, and I asked them. They said they felt that there would be value in the board creating a kind of a unified message around this. And so I think in some cases there's worry that a principal might enforce something and then kind of do kind of an end around and then come back. And I think if there's one message, whatever that message that you ultimately decide, what the principal said is they would appreciate that one message, whatever it is.
I think I've heard similar things from teachers as well. They need to know that they're backed up, right? And it's not all on them to hold the rules, but we're going to be behind them. I know it sounds scary at first. I think even as parents, when you've given permission to your child and then you try to take it back, sometimes it feels like this is never going to work, right? But we have to remember that we're the grown-ups, they're the kids, and we do sometimes need to make those choices for what's best for them. And I was talking to an Anaheim junior high teacher. She said that it's made an absolute difference in the behaviors that they have at the junior high in Anaheim. She said she could tell immediately that she really doesn't see phones out between the bells, and it's something that at the start of the school year, it's all the education, it's the parents, it's the kids, it's the reinforcement for about 2 weeks. It's a constant reminder, and then it just sort of works. And remembering especially that junior high, half of the population is new every year. So the new 7th graders don't know that the 7th graders last year had phones, right? And so, yeah, the 8th graders this year might be missing their phones, but we can create a new culture. And I think that when we do that and it moves down, then the elementary schools are, it doesn't become a rite of passage that you get a cell phone when you move to 7th grade. It's we don't do cell phones at school until high school, right? That could be the culture that we create. Which I think when I talk to junior hires, sometimes they say that it's the pressure of responding and the FOMO, like what's someone else doing online while I'm not. And when no one's allowed to, it takes that pressure away from them. So it's not even, there's a relief for them as well, a freedom for them. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And we can be the bad guys to do that because that's what's best for them.
And I will say, one of the principals brought up the fact that even though they're banned completely at their school, if there is a fight, it's been filmed and airdropped before the two admins can even pull the fight apart. So that there is that piece too, where there's always going to be something going on, and then it's them trying to figure out who filmed it, who airdropped it, that kind of thing. So, I mean, looking around, can you try and spot who has phones? Yes, but at the same time, you're worried about the safety of the two children who are actually fighting. That's the focus. It's not who has the phones out. So again, we're never going to fix all of this, but having the backing of the board on very specific things will get those principals into a better place for them. And again, very different complaints from very different schools. Some say they have no problems, and I'm talking to teachers, it's not a problem there. It is a problem maybe over here, and there's an enforcement piece.
If we're talking about changing the culture at Fullerton School District, from parents on down, that we discourage parents from providing cell phones to their children. and that we want to have more enforcement of bell to bell, no cell phones in class. How does that impact the law? Which is, for example, if somebody wanted to give their kindergartner a cell phone saying, I need to be able to communicate with them in an emergency, we're not allowed to take that phone as a district, as a
You can, so again, I want to make sure you all understand, I'm not advocating. Like, I'm just trying to help lead the discussion, right? But if we did that, Ed Code says you cannot take it away to the point where during an emergency they couldn't have access. Again, that's not a family emergency.
Right.
That's a school emergency.
Sure, I
So
mean,
that's
worst
that.
case scenario, an intruder on campus.
Yeah, yes.
I guess I would want to hear from my children that they're okay in that moment.
Yes. So
But-
they'd be allowed to have the phone. It should be off. And then some places they might say it must be in your backpack. One of our schools had an issue where things had gotten stolen out of a backpack. And being that the district is not responsible for personal items, that school actually shifted to you're allowed to keep it in your pocket, but it will be off and it'll never be out. And when they saw it on campus, they took it. Now, in this case, do you take it to the office? Do you take it to the room? That's some pieces we need to work out. Now, that can be done not on policy, but just on procedure.
That is, I think, the only place it might be tricky is if it's confiscated for a disciplinary response, and then it's in the office for the day. They may not have immediate access to it, but normally the child would have access to if they need it, if it's in their backpack and it's turned off. I think that would be the only question, is if it's stored at the front of the desk with the teacher or in the office, are we getting into any kind of...
Legally, they can take the phone for
Yeah.
disciplinary, and so that's allowed. But generally speaking, it follows the law. If they can have it somewhere on their person but off, that would be.
In a perfect world, that's great. That's what you want.
Yeah.
I mean, because you can't tell them they can't get a phone. They're going to have phones. It's just how they use them.
So in terms of like direction for tonight, I think asking FETA how they feel sort of being the front line on an issue like this would be important. Because that really would make them the bad guy. Taking that phone away, saying that the phone is the issue, trying to enforce a disciplinary action.
No, make us the bad guy, because we say we do not want phones out of their pocket during school classes. And
Use your
so
mic.
The teacher is just following, because otherwise she or he will be downgraded when they're evaluated by their principal.
There would then.
We're the mean ones.
Sure. And then we're also asking for a uniform policy from school to school. Do we want to say each school is allowed to have their own culture, or do we want to say, no, this is our...
So I think we have the unified policy. I think it's the messaging is that what we want to reinforce, that all schools understand the policy as it's written, and creating that messaging, so not the policy itself.
I would agree. I think we could have a unity in the policy, but maybe flexibility in even the discipline response. I mean, you might, a first grader who pulls out a cell phone might get a different disciplinary response than a seventh grader, right? So we could have some flexibility in that, is it a warning? Is it a, we take it away because you literally didn't know what you were doing, or it's very intentional and I've told you 5 times, and then, we could create some flexibility in the way that it's enforced in response, I think. That would be my thoughts.
I worry
And
about
there's a
having
spot.
flexibility on things. I think if we have a uniform message and the policy just sticks to that messaging itself, because I think at the end of the day, when you end up seeing students that do use their personal devices for tracking their blood sugars with the glucose monitoring systems, maybe one student sees, hey, well, why does that student get to have his phone and I don't, right? So you'll end up having some of that and having to explain some of that. So I think that's kind of always the tricky part, is when you don't want to have flexibility components.
Well, that's legally allowed.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, as far as the enforcing like the disciplinary actions, you don't want to be flexible. You want to be, I feel like we need to be clear across the board with grade levels and how frequent, the offenders are with using their cell phones. I want to make sure that we stick to kind of something that everyone understands what the responsibility is to enforce the policy. Not even dependent on grade levels is the way I see it. Whether it's a first grader or a seventh grader, it's the same.
Just some thoughts. Generally, policies are intended to be broad. Typically, policies don't give the consequences.
Yeah.
The part that it was a group of junior high principals, K-8, there was 5 of them. And so one of the things they were asking for is not necessarily on like what you're going to do with this first grader versus a seventh grader in a context of, this was filming a fight versus someone checked the text. So there was a desire that they would be able to have flexibility on that aspect, on the consequences. But they were, I guess, we'll say at least open and more than open. I think they wanted the board to have some unified messaging around policy about whether it's bell to bell, whether it's in class, whether, those sorts of things. My personal opinion, I did like the version where there was a parent phone zone and it's monitored, and it's for a very short period of time. They can come in, check, and then they're expected to leave. So that's what one of the schools does. So those are just suggestions. But and again, understand that no matter what you end up deciding, there won't be people happy. So
I think that's very, very true.
Yeah.
Most of our policies about consequences for student behaviors, they don't necessarily say, if you do this, then this bad thing happens, and if you do this. It's really, we have the right to, we can, and then there's ed code that are a few things, you bring a gun, there's immediate expulsion, but there's certain things that are, it's up to site and even child specific, right, to decide the appropriate discipline and consequences for actions. So I think that as a policy, we can say, we don't expect phones to be used bell to bell, and then let schools make decisions. We can give guidance, suggestions even, but I don't think that the policy has to have those consequences within it.
I do think this stressing the fact that it does need to be enforced, though.
Yes.
I think the enforcement piece is where we're missing.
Yeah.
And that there's an option of expulsion or suspension,
and you have to enforce it. I mean, it's not, this is not negotiable. This is a policy that needs to be enforced.
Yeah.
And it's going to take a while, and it's going to take some time, and it's going to take some education, but we have to enforce it for various reasons.
I had a question. Is it possible to host a parent meeting before school starts at each of the junior highs to kind of go over the policy, it being some type of presentation that kind of shares what it looks like, what the school year's gonna, I guess, be expected to
Yeah, they already do
to
that.
look
Through,
like?
it's usually through their iPad orientation. They have meetings. They talk about a bunch of school rules all at the same time. They
Okay.
hand out their schedule. They sign their tech use agreements. They all the the junior highs do that. The K-8s, I'm not sure if they have that same day, but I know like we prep their iPads ahead of time because there's orientation days where they meet everybody. They go through. They do all their Power School stuff and sign that. So that could be added to that. The only time limit issues we have is technically the acceptable use policy that we're rewriting has to be in place for air to go out, which is like mid-July. So but what we can do on that is we can simply say, I will follow all district cell phone policies and make that more general on that. So they sign it. And then if we decide, you know what, we want to revisit like 6163.4, which is a student use of technology piece, and you want to add students will not use cell phones bell to bell, period, add a sentence and reapprove it as the board, it applies to that because they've already agreed I will follow the board's policies, which is what you do almost anytime you agree to something anyway. Nobody reads all 8,000 of our board policies. They're held to them because they're students here and parents here. Sorry, Hilda, I know that was crushing.
That's shocking.
But yeah, so that's a flexible thing for us too, is to just say all personal device, like I will follow all personal device rules set aside by the board and the district.
Okay.
And we could add that and then be finished with at least the respectable use agreement for now, and then we could add it in next year if we added something to the student use agreement.
We're meeting again in a week, and then on July 20, I think that we could absolutely make these changes if we want to, and then have it rolled out by August 12th so that parents are informed, students are informed. I'd love to see the students be part of the campaign of teaching it to their peers so that it's part of, that we engage them in the process of how we roll this out.
When they don't come back they're not back until August, right?
The
Our
students?
So you have almost the whole policy, right, in your acceptable use policy?
Yeah, we have everything that we've all already had before, because even though it's called a policy, it's not a board policy. It's actually an admin reg. We can change it at any time without a vote, because that's really that was actually a policy I had written with a bunch of attorneys way back in Capistrano. That's why it's 7 pages long. Too many attorneys were involved. Sorry, but it's a long one. But we said, you know what, this should be easier to digest. So we've summarized it. We brought it down. We've tried to turn the language into more positive. I wills instead of I won'ts kind of thing. Can't always do that, but we did as much as we could. So we can absolutely just add something in there without a vote of it, without a board policy, because you'd have to have first reading, second reading if we want to change 61, 63, right? So a couple ways to handle it. One is, do you want to just sort of say yes, but our issue is going to be meeting with FIDA during the summer. Probably doesn't happen, and then we tend to open air early. We tend to open that later July. So usually we have to have the documents to translators and done by July 15th to then launch it by July 22nd. So parents can start getting that done ahead of time before we launch school. So there is a time frame there, but again, we have some flexibility around, we're going to agree to follow the district rules, and then you change the rules. That's fine, because it's whatever the district rules are is what they are.
Without opening up a whole other can of worms, I mean, is there an opportunity or to get some feedback on what some might consider more egregious forms of misusing a phone on campus versus, repeatedly texting your mom that you're hungry or something? I mean, are we going to talk about as a board policing the types of harms that students are doing on their phones if they're caught?
I think those are more about, we have search and seizure, we have consequences of cyberbullying, we have policies and regulations that deal with the behaviors. It's more just the clarity of the tech that they're using to do these things, right? And I think you're totally right that checking a text from mom is very different than filming a fight and posting it, or putting an embarrassing photo of their friends and making cyberbullying comments. So that would be dealt with more about the consequences of the behavior choice, not just the use of a phone.
And then that's kind of goes back to the administration at the,
to make that call
at that site, and then it might even come through the superintendent's office depending on how egregious it was.
I have a question of whether it is useful to have a specific cell phone policy, because as you said, there's the student use of technology policy that we have. It's the 6163 that we did recently, but it doesn't mention personal devices at all, I don't think. It's all about how we use the technology that we give our students. And then we have the use agreement that's not a policy, but it's an expectation we have everybody sign. So, I was looking at CSBA's suggested policy, and I think I've put together really simple language of what they say, what kind of piecing together where we've got multiple statements from multiple documents, but just putting it all in one place. Because I think if you go and I would want to search as a parent, what's our cell phone policy? We don't have one that pops up. So to me, it just simplifies the communication for our staff and our families to have a single policy on mobile devices or cell phones.
Except then, as the world changes,
it should too.
Will be outdated in no time.
Sure,
because it's too specific. Whereas I sort of like this, what is it called? The acceptable use policy, because it's got flexibility. It can be changed in a moment's notice. We don't even have to vote on it. And it holds the same power. And if we as a board make it clear to our schools that we are very serious about this, they probably get the message.
I think it's still the enforcement piece of it. I think we have a pretty robust policy around it. I think it's the enforcement piece and making sure that the administrators feel supported on how to be able to enforce it. And then also providing some tools and resources. Again, I think one of the things that I wanted to ask is there community-based organizations that provide support for parents that might be feeling challenged with this I mean, this is new to me, so I don't know if there's organizations that provide support to,
Yeah.
you know, I want to say repeat offenders or, you know, students. Because I think one of the things also, especially with, I feel like with repeat offenders, you know, I know it's hard, right? It's going to be really hard moving from that punitive, you know, component to more restorative, to getting down to like the root cause of like, hey, why are you constantly, you know, on your phone? And is that, you know, I mean, then we're talking about, right, to like the SEL component of it. And I think that's where I want to be able to draw, not just say, hey, you're going to get your phone taken away and come back the next day and then get your phone taken away again. And we're not addressing kind of some root challenges to that. So as long as we can find some support, again, for the admin to be able to share with the parents, again, it really does start at the home. And it's, you know, we could do our part at the school district, again, with having policies and, you know, the best practices in order to enforce, you know, those policies. But, you know, if it's going to be, you know, an ongoing, you know, component, I think we got to make sure we get to the root cause, not just focusing on the punitive and saying, hey, you know, now you're suspended because, you know, 4 days in a row we had to take your cell phone away. And now, you know, now they're missing, you know, they're missing, you know, school to, you know, deal with a little bit of the other challenges they might be having. So I definitely, like, again, this is all new to me. I'm trying to really wrap my head around it, but I really want to focus also on kind of some of that restorative component to making sure that they're getting support that they need, making sure that we identify it in the right way, right? With our administrators also knowing, hey, you know, this guy, you know, we know this kid a little bit more, XYZ, let's, you know, refer them to some supports. But I don't know, is there organizations, Jeremy, out there, do you know? Maybe can we do some research and maybe have them, again, at this, you know, parent, you know, maybe hosting that parent meeting, and then they can hear about the resources that, you know, are out there if they, you know, if they see this being a red flag, you know, oh yeah, you know, this happens at home a lot, or, you know, and
there's a bunch of them out there. We're already planning, like through NEC and Homeland Security,
okay,
to do some
awesome
presentations like they did in Anaheim last year. I went to one with Ruthie where Homeland Security came out and presented. We can have those kind of groups come and talk to parents. One of the issues was some of them didn't want to be recorded because they're a Homeland Security officer, so I get it. But us being able to then summarize those that then could be sent out to parents, and we could translate them into different languages that could be used at PTA meetings and champions and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we absolutely can do this 3 or 4 different ways. The main thing is, because I know we've got bond presentation and a few other issues that are each going to be 45 minutes or ish in length. Couple more. So really direction, which sounds like, I want to make sure, and Bobby can help me, Dr. Pletka, sorry, you can help me summarize.
Before you summarize,
yeah, sure.
There's one other piece.
Yeah.
We're looking here at a student's family who's a victim. I think as we talk about restorative discipline, we have to offer services to families whose children have been abused, whether it's bullying, physical abuse, whatever it is. They have to feel that they're looked at too and considered. And I think that's a piece that we need to consider when we do all of this.
Can I just say, because I want people to know these resources, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has a lot of great resources for those who have experienced especially sexploitation and abuse online. Thorn is another organization that also supports kids in their online use. And then ICAC, the Internet Crimes Against Children, is another. There's a lot more resources now, including one called Take It Down that helps remove images of, you know, child pornography, inappropriate child abuse material from the internet. So there is support out there, including counseling, because a lot of our kids are addicted to internet use and pornography, and they need counselors to help them through that, just like any other addiction. So there is support, and I really appreciate that you brought that up, Leonel, that we want to be offering that to our kids, because it isn't just punitive, right? And sometimes they're victims who've been exploited, and then it leads to more use that's problematic. So we want to see both sides of that and support our kids through this. And just as we're wrapping up, I do still want to think of, I love the flexibility of the appropriate use or the policy that we can change every year, but I do think there's something valuable about having all of it in one place. I would like to consider a cell phone policy that puts it all together in one spot.
And there's many derivatives of what I'm going to kind of reduce it to. But if you were to think of a policy in chunks, so one would be basically as is, let each side decide. So that's kind of on one end. The other end is no cell phones, bell to bell. And when I say no, I mean put away, off. So those are the two. Then there's a variation that's closer, which would be no cell phones in classrooms or during any instruction at any time during a period. Another version would be no cell phones bell to bell with a cell phone zone, which would be like a parent zone. The idea is not that they go to the phone zone to text their friends, but they go to the cell phone zone. In the one place, it's actually in the office. They have to go to the office to do the text exchange with their parents. So that's another. So if you think of it kind of four main areas, kind of status quo, let each site decide what they want, use the policy on, and our acceptable use policy, which is not a board policy. So that would be 1. 2, none in the class. 3, off bell to bell with a parent zone. And then the 4th would be absolutely no use at all. So there's derivatives of that, but at least for you to think about, as you go away from here, think about that for our next meeting. And then the piece that is important, and it's interesting, there's always this interplay between like this sense of urgency because we have school, and yet we're in the middle of summer with the least amount of opportunity or context to get input. So
especially
just to add to the complexity of
especially from FIDA, right? I mean, I think we definitely want to hear back.
But we can hear from. I mean, I think that they're in support of us moving in this direction. The details might still need to be worked out.
But your first comment about leaving it as it is, that does say students who do harm will be disciplined, and it does say that you're not to have it unless teachers give you permission.
Sure.
So it's not that it isn't just a free-for-all over here. The policy does have limits. It's just difficult at this moment in time to have them enforced, and we want somehow magically to get my wand and to make it happen.
Our current, though, acceptable use policy is really more about in the class. So as opposed to outside. Yeah.
Is there a reason to postpone this, or could we vote on those 4 options that you gave us as far as direction?
We're really just giving Jeremy direction. I was like, looking at her.
So just some possibilities. So one is to bring back kind of this. I think the way it would probably work is we would craft something as kind of some options, and then based on, let's say, these 4, and then again, you want to make hybrids of these, and you want to add in your own, please feel free to do it. I'm trying to reduce it so that it can kind of focus our next meeting.
Yeah.
Then what we could do is, based on that vote, then potentially craft something based with the attorneys and
making sure
it's legal and ed code and all those things. And then we could have that one by the July 28th meeting and potentially start.
I'm just saying, as a
by the start of
school,
school.
right now, if we know the direction we want to go, could we make that decision if we do a
So
straw
that's what
poll?
we're going to give Dr. Bob direction right now.
Yeah,
and
let's do it.
I really like the 2 ends of the spectrum with the middle, because then we can always make a hybrid of some of those. So how about we craft up kind of some of the 3 of those, 3 different. I mean, kind of as is, but I guess the 2 from the different parts of the
Sure,
spectrum.
we could
Yeah.
craft like some options for you, and you could
And then definitely
to take action at the next
Yeah.
meeting.
So how about
Again,
yeah.
though, I
Do you
would.
want 3?
Well, I mean, as is right now, and then he mentioned like bell to
3
bell,
is
and then
bell to bell with cell phone zone.
Yeah.
Or do you want something different?
I think that's kind of a compromise.
yeah,
Giving your parents
yeah, giving them a little bit of wiggle room. I mean, if it
Do you have a
yeah,
different opinion?
I think for me, to be honest, is going to be the enforcement piece.
Yeah.
I think like let's say if you just do bell to bell, like nowhere ever. I mean,
I don't think that's it.
you're gonna get you're gonna get kids
That's not
going
gonna
to
happen.
yeah. To me, that's not
Can't enforce
realistic.
that.
I mean, and just to have it, you know, it's going to be. But I think we do want to give it some teeth to where, you know, admin says, hey, like this is the policy. You know, if you break it, this is kind of what happens, and then you provide some support and resources in that aspect. I like the not in the classroom because I think that's the biggest distraction. You know, kids nowadays, you know, they take their nutrition break or whatnot, and then it's really up to them on how they decide to spend their time. You know.
Nutrition break is where I think it's outside of the classroom is more. I think there's more.
Absolutely.
But if
That's where the problematic behavior is
Yeah.
going to be.
Because we already have the policy in the
but-
classroom, right? The only flexibility is if a teacher wants it to be allowed in
Yeah.
the classroom at the moment. So
Yeah.
if you want, we could actually, I mean, Dr. Bob and I could put together the 4 and ask FIDA as well.
yeah, perfect. I think
and sort of
that's
get their input on what their thoughts and concerns are on all 4 options as well.
sounds good.
Four is a lot.
Okay, I don't know if we quite have consensus yet.
Yeah, it sounds like
Alright.
there's not, because I would go with 3 right now. I think Bev
Me
would.
too.
You would go with
Four
3?
is too much.
So go with 3, Jeremy.
No, option number
3
3 or
different.
3.
I like the zone.
Having an opportunity. I think that having an opportunity for our parents
The
to feel
zone.
like they do have
Phone
some
zone.
sense of, oh my gosh, I really need to tell them something, or I needed them to text me at, you know, whatever time. I think you're not going into it complete. I think there's this piece of an option, but then it's still making sure that, you know, or hoping that our students are not playing it out, you know, during lunch when they're, you know, when they should be embracing that and building relationships and engaging with other students. And, you know, because everybody else is doing it, they're doing it. I think it just takes a lot of pressure off. There's a lot of reasons to do it. So I tend to agree with the 3 piece. But again, I know that you've got some other people that you need to talk to and make sure that, but for me, I'm all about bell to bell with some type of spot where you could go.
Yeah.
Phone zone.
Phone free or not phone free zone, but yeah, the phone zone.
Rooney, do you have anything to add?
Okay. Yeah, anything?
No, I'm looking forward to seeing the 3 options. Maybe you guys will come up with a 4th interesting one, and please add that. What was the 4th option? What?
Well, I think
Jeremy mentioned.
I think the no change is still no phones in the classroom during instruction. So it's, can you use it in the no phones in the classroom, but you could do it during break and lunch and in between, or no phones bell to bell. And the middle is that phone zone, grace space where you can communicate as needed.
That's why it was 4 though, because status quo is staff has the ability to say you can use the phone for this project. That's status quo. If you change it to no staff is allowed to have that flexibility, nothing in the classroom, that is a different option from status
Okay.
quo.
I mean, I think our teachers, I trust them as adults, but I think that to make those decisions, but it doesn't make any sense to me why you would encourage phones other than maybe the music thing, because most kids at elementary aren't going to have cell phones, and then
Well, we're focusing, I think, more on junior high.
Yeah.
On elementary, it's really not going to be a big deal, whatever we do.
they're using them in elementary. We need to make sure our policy is implemented down, and it's going to only creep down younger and younger as the years go.
It's
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're going a
one
little bit
complexity. Again, just it making this. So if you leave it up to the teachers, there's a sense of like professionalism, and so you're honoring, and it adds complexity because what happens is I'm in
Mary's
Mr.
class.
Mr. Davis's class, and he allows it, and Mrs. Amber over here doesn't allow it, and now there's this kind of like push and pull. Well, you know, so
That's-
Jeremy's
that's
the
hard on
Jeremy's
teachers.
the cool one, and
Yeah.
Amber isn't the cool one, or whatever.
But there's always those type
So-
teachers in school.
So-
There's always the mean teacher and the nice teacher.
So,
But then it's up to the
So-
teacher to enforce a policy rather than everybody does it together.
Parent, same thing.
Who's-
The good parent, the bad guy.
Yeah, who's the good cop, bad cop? Yeah. So I
Staff,
think,
mean, we'll look at things like safe zone. Would that be a middle school thing? Because do you need fourth graders to be able to call their parents? And we can talk about that. We actually need to talk to our principals too, to say who could. Yeah, the office can pick up the phone and call mom if there's an emergency they need to talk to them about too. So.
I can't text anymore to say happy birthday.
And you want you don't want 200 kids
They
in the
can't pick
office
it
for
up.
snack break all the time because they want to be on their phone. So we can work on details. We can get the weeds on that.
Yesterday
as
was
staff.
his birthday.
So direction. Does somebody want to try articulating it?
yeah, so we're gonna go.
Aruni, can I charge you with?
Yeah, well, I guess option one is status quo, site to site, teachers, but that's kind of the problem that we have right now. So I don't see that as a viable option. But if that's going to be something that we're going to discuss, then I guess that's option one. Option two, I want to just go to the other extreme. It was no cell phones, bell to bell, with a phone zone, right?
No phone zone.
With a no, so phone zone is the option two.
Option 3. Option 3.
And what's option 4?
What you just said.
Nothing ever.
Ever, no,
Yeah.
no phone.
Leave
4 would
just
be
not-
like no phone.
They
No
don't
phone at
exist.
all.
When you're
Oh,
on the sidewalk.
it
Yeah.
seems like 2 of those options aren't going to work, but okay, sure.
Well, then
That-
take them out.
So take
Yeah,
them out.
so that's what we're saying. Maybe take those 2 options out and just keep with the phone zone, and then
Yeah,
bell to bell, no phone.
I think the problem's going to be is, as you mentioned, is that you have some teachers that may use devices,
I know.
personal devices, to help their students with their schoolwork, right? I mean, pull out your phone, look up something, but if they have an iPad in their class, doesn't that iPad take the place of
Yes.
that phone, right?
Yes.
So I think that would be the only thing I could think of, but then you have an iPad, so
No, use
your
phone.
iPad and not the phone.
Yeah, there were a couple instances, there were times when one of the schools was doing a media class where most of the kids' cameras were better than what was on the iPad, and they were actually doing a photography class. So is there an exception here and there? Sure. Is there a diabetic use? Yes. Is there a 504 or an IEP
Yeah.
where a child, should be able to listen to music during testing? Sure, we can deal with exceptions. That's not a problem. We can write in it with the
ASB might want to take better photos somehow, but
yeah. But again, if you have the ASB leadership child who's breaking all the rules while they're supposed to just be taking a picture, you institute discipline, and then that's taken away. That exception is taken away from that child. So there's ways to work with this. And again, this is not a district-wide. It's not like district-wide. We have all these fights happening, all these kids. There's pockets of it, and we're trying to solve for the pockets. But
But you have to set the policy
Yeah.
so that it's fair for everyone, right? I mean, I think that's what we have to keep to, and that's what's going to be defendable anywhere, right? Is that you have to be fair across the board. In some instances, you can't, and this one is important to us, and I think that's what this whole conversation is this is very important to this school, to this board, that we really feel adamant about this, and that we really want this enforced, and we want the enforcement because we want to
A
keep our kids
doable
safe, right? I mean,
enforcement.
and for all of those reasons we can go into, but I
Yeah.
think that's what it's all about. It's our children's health, it's our children's safety, and that's what and I think that there's lots of things that we kind of bend on, but sounds like this group of people,
we're
this is one thing we don't really want to bend on.
So you
Thank
have
you.
direction, Jeremy?
We do.
Sort
So
of.
we're gonna bring back, we'll call it option 3 at this point, and then at that point, you can add derivatives of it, but it gives you a base for discussion, and by the way, you can still all vote against it too, so, but
Sounds-
at least we'll bring something to begin with, so.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much, Jeremy.
Can we move the next time,
yes,
the
I was-
bond?
So we're gonna, I was gonna ask my fellow trustees if we can make a amendment to our board agenda and bring up item
I so move,
10C.
so move.
Rob, Dr.
Agree.
Coe, 10C? Or 10,
The bond
oh,
discussion?
it's, sorry. Or D.
see what number.
It's C and D there.
It's C and D. We're moving up.
I second that, whatever that was, to move it up.
C and D. I believe it's C and D. So we're going to move up. So I have a motion and then a second.
Aye.
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 Everybody in favor? Aye. Awesome. So we'll move those two up, C and D. Correct? And I believe we have someone online, correct?
Yes, so we have some individuals joining us
Oh,
via
we're
Zoom.
sorry.
So while Jeremy gets that up here, we're going to be talking about, there's item C, it's a presentation to review the results of the bond tracking survey and a potential bond measure package. Depending how that goes, then we would like to do kind of a first read presentation of what it would look like for a resolution, full proposition that would be presented to the voters. That the board is not taking action on that tonight. They'll be taking action if you do
At the following.
proceed. You would take action on that at the June 18th board meeting. So we're getting everybody up here. Just so everybody knows, we've got a few things here. If this was a baseball game, we're in about the bottom of the fourth. We've got the first read of important board policies on student-employee interactions. We have two board policies, independent study, physical ed, and the proposed budget, and they're all important, so I'm going to just ask everybody to kind of lean in on this, give it our best here, but we've got a lot of work still to do tonight. So, with us, joining us are a few individuals, Amanda Clifford with Clifford Moss, David Kasnoka with Stradlin, Yoka, Carlson, and Roth, LLP, Bond Counsel, and Jen Kim, who is our financial advisor with Piper Sandler. And I'm going to turn it over to Amanda just very shortly, in about 18 seconds, but a few months ago we put out a poll into the community, and what Amanda's going to go over tonight, Tim could not be here from True North. She's going to go over the results of that poll and then talk about some next steps. So I'll turn this over to Amanda right now.
Amanda, can we have all three of you do a quick sound check? Can I get Amanda, you first?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Great. David?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you. And Jen?
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you. Trustees, if I can ask that they're going through the audio, but they're hearing you from here, so make sure your mics are on for any conversation, because it needs to go through the room into this computer, please. Okay. Go for it, Amanda. Thank you.
All right, can you all see the presentation I just put up?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Well, I apologize. Tim McClarney from True North, who is our pollster, could not be here tonight. So I am going to do my best to present, but I've been watching him do these for probably 10 plus years, so I think I can cover it. So I'm going to go through this short presentation on the tracking poll results and then open it up for questions before we jump into the next discussion item. So I can see you all, but if you wave vigorously or want to interrupt me with any questions, please do. All right. So we conducted a tracking poll. This was again a stratified cluster random sample of your voters, likely voters for 2024 November election. And this really gives us a good indication of who is likely to vote in your electorate. This went to personalized emails, texts, telephone numbers. There was restricted PIN access for those who are completing it online. So only one person, one voter could do a survey. So it's got a lot of participation restrictions around to make sure that only one voter was filling it out per survey. They had, this came through telephone, landline, and mobile. It was conducted in English, Spanish, and Korean. And we had a sample size of 404 completed interviews, which gave us an overall margin of error of 4.9. So that's a 95% confidence level in the data that we're about to review. So the most first thing we saw was
that's for
importance-
all age
Oh, go ahead.
groups who were eligible to vote?
Say that again?
All age groups who were eligible to vote?
Yes, so this was
Thank
taken amongst anyone who was registered in your district to vote. And so it was a mix of all ages. So we want to make sure we have a good representation of who would be likely to turn out in your November 2024 election. So based on history, voting, make sure we have the right number of gender, ethnicity, age, all of that in different buckets to combine who would likely turn out in your November electorate.
All right. So looking at importance of issues, the number one thing that we like to see at the top is exactly what we see at the top. Improving the quality of education in your local public schools was the top importance issue. And that is well above what we see in terms of preventing local tax increases. So we like to see a huge distance in between those two. The one thing that's always interesting, repairing and upgrading aging school facilities was lower down there. So it's part of the communication effort is really connecting the dots for voters that repairing and upgrading our aging facilities is how we're able to continue improving the quality of education in our local public schools. But again, we'd like to see that improving the quality up there at the top, and that is what we saw on this tracking survey. So we did the initial ballot test. This is the ballot language that was read or done over the phone, depending on how they took the survey. This is also the ballot language you're going to see again in the resolution that we'll be sharing with you later on this evening. After hearing the initial ballot language, you can see here we've got the chart. The lighter green has the baseline survey. So the first survey we did, I think that was back in November of 2023. The baseline was 62 out of the gate. This initial base, or the tracker survey has 69. So a significant increase in terms of support right out of the gate after just hearing the ballot language alone. Then you see there in the next two charts the interim test. So after they've gotten some information about the cost of the measure and the different projects and arguments in support of a potential measure, you see the baseline was at 64 and we held at 69 in the tracker. So continue to hold that strong support. And then after the final test, that is when we hear negative arguments from what might be a potential opponent. We see the baseline dropped down to 61, but our tracker dropped down to 62. So we still are 63. So we held a little bit higher with opposition, but either way, we show that we have increased awareness and support over time. So information has really helped over the long run, and we are seeing an increase. And I will tell you, this is not always the case up and down the state of California right now. We're not necessarily seeing increases in our trackers. A lot of times we're seeing a decrease in support just based on where the economy's at, what's happening in the world. There's a different level of, I think, just where people are, their comfort levels and where they think things are going, the right track, wrong track of the world. And for the good news for you is your community is feeling that we're on the right track, and that is showing in the tracker. Any questions on this chart? All right. The next slide just shares a little bit of the, again, very strong favorability for the different types of projects that you're looking at.
Just a quick jump in there. So just one.
Oh, sorry.
So that's very strong. So we need 55%. And even after all the negative arguments, it's holding strong at the 63. It's 8% more than potentially what we need. Obviously, there is a plus or minus of 4 and 4.9. So we're still above that. It feels really good. We've got some momentum, and these are good results.
Yeah, I will second that. Even with the margin of error, if it were against us, we'd still be at 58% support. So 3% above the 55 that we need to be successful with the bond measure. And if the margin of error is with us, we're even better off. So these are great results to have. So this is just a list of the different projects and improvements that we shared with them. Again, a lot of strong favorability in these. I won't go through all of them, but a lot of that repair and renovate, upgrade your older schools, provide classrooms and facilities to support high quality instruction in math, science, engineering, and technology. So a lot of the projects you're planning to use, your community overwhelmingly supports those. So it's strong support for many of your projects here. So the key kind of conclusions that we came across with the tracker, again, a bond does appear to be feasible for a November 2024 ballot. Positive signs that we're seeing, voters continue to rank improving the quality of education as the most important issue facing your community. There's a strong natural support right out of the gate. That's 69 support just reading the ballot question alone. The popular projects and improvements, strong positive arguments in favor of the things that you're going out for. All of your ballot tests, again, are above the 55%, even after negative arguments. We stay above that 55% needed to pass a bond measure. And then support at the ballot tests did increase about 2 to 7% higher than our baseline survey. So we have information has been moving the dial in understanding and awareness in your community about the facility and technology needs that you have. Some challenges we always see, there is still a tax rate sensitivity. The good news is, you guys are looking at not this, if this measure were approved by voters, it's not going into effect until your previous bond has been paid off. So being very fiscally prudent with your tax dollars for your voters. I think that really helps with the tax rate sensitivity. Also the fact that you haven't been out in 20 plus years. So it's been a long time since you've asked your community for support to do these kinds of facility upgrades. Opposition arguments do resonate, so that is definitely a challenge if we do see vocal opposition out there.
Just one thing. We have been out. We went out once and we failed.
In 2002?
No, 2000 what?
2020.
No, Amanda, if you can hear, that was in 2020 in March, and we did go out for an election, and in that election, just about every bond campaign failed in the state of California due to the pandemic.
Right, but we have gone out. We just didn't get money.
No, I was just speaking of the last successful bond measure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes, no, sorry. No, I didn't mean to be confusing. Yeah, your last successful bond measure, it's been 20 years. But no, you have been, obviously, you've been out, tried to go out in 2020. That is correct. And then, of course, another challenge that we always look at, the electoral climate, hyper-partisanship and overlapping measures. November is going to be a crowded ballot. So kind of our observations and recommendations going forward. Obviously, a poll is just a snapshot in time. It's not a crystal ball. We want to make sure your tax rate, it's consistent. We're staying at that 30 per 100,000 assessed value. Your priority projects, repair the older facilities, bring them up to code, AVA, hazardous materials, STEM, career tech, instructional. So a lot of great projects, things you're going to be wanting to continue to improve are in alignment with what your community says they support. Continue with district communications, continue the conversation. We've obviously moved the dial with information and sharing what is happening in your facilities and at your schools. And then you will absolutely need that independent campaign committee to come together. So the district can continue to provide information, but there needs to be a separate organization that comes together to advocate where the district cannot advocate up or down for a measure. So that's it on the tracking survey. Any questions, further questions on that?
I have a question I'll ask. I was curious about the opposition arguments that resonate. Will those be provided to us so that we can then be armed with counter arguments?
So we can share those. We didn't present them here, but yeah, a lot of them, it's not necessarily, anything specific. It was very much taxes are too high, or there's going to be multiple things on the ballot, and we have FAQs and other things that are prepared to share with you as well. So absolutely.
Great. Okay, that'll just be helpful for us to be prepared for the conversations we ought to be having.
Absolutely, yeah. The FAQs will be thorough in that process.
I have a question about when we did go out in 2020, and Rob, you might be able to answer this. What was our margin then? What was our tracker at?
We were not. I don't know if Rob or Dr. Bob, if you know who I don't know if it was Tim McLaurin that did the polling, but it was not Clifford Moss that worked on that measure. So I'm not familiar with the poll results or where you were at.
Yeah, right. I asked a similar question. There was a little there. It's better this time. However, if you start comparing this number with that number, different times, and a lot happened from the time that we did the polling the last time to the time the pandemic hit. So I really kind of caution, looking at that and saying, well, are you going to get the same results if it's the same amount? But it is better this time.
Yeah, and I will second that. March 2020 was a beast of its own and very different from what I think we'll see here. There was a lot of other things happening that are different here, and I think you guys made the smart move too. You had your initial poll very early on, but having this tracker closer to the election date to continue to see, are we in alignment with your community, really helps as you move forward.
And then when we talk about other measures being out there, is the state doing they're going ahead with their bond, right? I mean, I just was looking at what else will be on our ballots when people are going to the polls as far as bonds.
Yeah, I think it's very likely the state will have a state bond, which sometimes can be actually helpful because it opens it up for matching state funds for you all, and having a bond on the ballot allows for you to have access to those state matching funds. But this will be a crowded ballot. So, I don't think it's the good news for school districts. They generally, your local voters support their local schools. They will go to the yes on a school measure over city, county, or state. But the biggest problem or difficulty is getting people to vote down ticket. So if it's a long ballot, making sure, and that's where an independent committee coming together to make sure folks are turning that ballot over 5-6 times, whatever it takes to get to your measure, becomes very important in this process.
How about having the high school district go at the same time?
Ideally, it's always nice when we can, be the only local school district on the ballot, but I've done many, many measures over the years where we've had both a high school and feeder districts, elementary and middle schools on at the same ballot, and they've both been successful. Obviously, again, March was different, March 2020, but I have seen them both be successful, or generally we see the elementary and middle schools rise above if there is a close call.
Thank you.
The city hasn't voted on anything, right, yet? Did we have any?
No, and my understanding is they're not going to,
They need streets.
but it's my understanding.
There might be a sales tax on the next council agenda.
Oh, that's going to pass, sure.
When can we start when can an independent campaign start, I should say?
That's an excellent segue to the next section.
Yes.
If you don't have any more questions about the polling results, then we would move to that next section. And if you have some more, you can come back to the questions on the polling, but probably move on.
Anyone else have more questions? Now we can move on to the
All
next
right.
part.
I'm looking at a funny graph.
Well, let me hold on that question until I get through this, because that's going to lead in that next direction.
Perfect.
If that's all right.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, so we wanted to just give you a preview of tonight's really going to be a preview of the communication effort that's happened and kind of leading into the resolution discussion. But again, as mentioned, this is not an action item tonight. This is just a discussion to answer any questions and make any corrections or updates ahead of bringing back the final resolution for your action item. So our facilities improvement and technology journey is guiding you, the Fullerton School District leaders, to a decision about a local bond election. Just a kind of an overview of the communication effort. As we mentioned, we did some early launch and beta testing, some early public communications, and we had that first poll that gave us those baseline numbers. From there, we went into kind of round 2 and a crescendo in public communication and providing information to your community about the types of projects, facility needs, telling your story of need. And then we've come back with that tracking survey tonight. So tonight here we are, and we're not in an action item. This is kind of just a discussion before we head into the board taking action. And again, you, the board, are just choosing to place a measure before your voters. You're not imposing a tax measure on them. You're giving your voters the opportunity to make that decision for themselves. And then we have our filing deadline, which then leads us into that 88-day election window where the district can continue to provide information, but that's where that independent committee takes over to do any advocacy for the measure. And then election day is November 5th. And one of the most important parts that we've been looking at, and part of what we look at when we put together the resolution and the package, is that post-election, wanting to make sure we can deliver on the promises we're making to your community. So they continue to garner that trust and support as you go forward with future measures or asks of your community. So that's been a very deliberate piece of our communication and the package that we've put together for you. And so kind of our communication goals in a short is to tell your story of need, your Fullerton story of need, increase community interest in Fullerton School District schools. So most of your voters are not necessarily parents or have any connection to the district. So really increasing that interest, raising awareness about your school facilities and technology needs, and then identify any community questions or concerns so we can better develop those frequently asked questions and provide better information to your community as we go forward. And so we did do an initial mailer, which had an online survey and a mail-in survey to provide information and also give your community an opportunity to share input and ask any questions that they had in the process. That went to over 39,000 households. That was all of your voters, so there's all voter households. And we also had an online component as well. So this is a snapshot of the online survey that they could complete. If they didn't want to mail it in or they forgot or lost that mailer, they could do that still. So what we heard kind of on the top most first place votes, again, very much in alignment with what we saw in the polling, repairing classrooms and facilities, student and campus safety, health and building safety codes, provide those modern labs and I can't speak tonight, and technical facilities, playground equipment and play areas, outdoor learning and athletics. So top, you can kind of see in the color scheme there, but a lot of great things. These are those most first place votes. Some of the other responses that we heard, some reoccurring messages, not necessarily in the general. Again, building security, student health and safety was mentioned quite often, class size, some things that we can't necessarily address with a bond, but may help in other things. Bathroom upgrades, drinking water fountains, and then also continued, we always see that concern, not unexpected, for cost of living, taxes, and then of course making sure money is spent efficiently. And so just again, as I mentioned, we had the direct mailer as well as the online. So these are some examples of the online ads that were out, giving people an opportunity to take the survey and share their input. We had online videos of your students, your principals, teachers, as well as your superintendent and others. So great response rate, people seeing those videos and taking the survey and sharing their input in this process. And then we followed that up with a second mailer, just sharing what we heard, and then talking about where we were going to be heading, coming here tonight and so forth. So sharing that, again, those results with your community and what they had shared with us back to them. Additional tools that have been, additional tools that have been provided and will continue to update as we move through this process, or the info-only fact sheet, frequently asked questions, and a presentation to continue to share information with your community throughout this process. And again, the science being a big part of that, this is just a clip of the poll we just saw with your tracking survey that was done in May at final test there at 63% support, but that initial test right out of the gate, 69% support.
Excuse me, I'm just curious how many people did respond to the mailers and the online ads and that we had shared. It
was a little over 2% response rate, which is actually great. That's double what we would normally expect. Wow. I think the total was a little over a couple hundred. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's the bottom line that we really look at is making sure we give your community the opportunity and share the information. Mm-hmm. But the actual response rate was about 2%, and we would expect 1% is what's average.
Well, that's good to know that people are engaged and paying attention to this. It's good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always say if there's a lot of no news is good news. So when we see a huge response rate, it's not always in our favor. But what we did see was overwhelmingly positive. So, and so again, tonight, just a reminder on kind of the next steps. We're just doing a review process tonight, and then we'll be bringing the action back to you on June 18th. This is when the board will have the opportunity to call for that election. meeting the filing deadline of July 19th. Orange County moves theirs up a little bit, so we have July 19th for the filing deadline, with Election Day again on November 5th. And so the next key components that I'm going to turn this over to David Kaznoka, your bond counsel, to go over the financials, along with Jen Kim here from Piper Sandler. If you have any questions, we'll be talking about the 75-word ballot question. It is that long run-on sentence with a question mark at the end that makes all of us very uncomfortable in the education world, but is very deliberately written. David will repeat those words, I'm sure. It's a critical piece. This is the piece that, was, again, gave us that initial 69% support from your community. So a critical piece that your voters see. And for most of your voters, it's the only thing they read, if not the last. We will be talking about the project list and all the legal considerations of the resolution. And again, just a reminder, everything we've been putting into this package is in alignment with what your community has told us throughout this process. Here it is. All right, well, I will turn it over to David, unless there's any questions for me on the communication side. We can go over the resolution.
Questions from fellow trustees?
All right, David, you're up.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Amanda. Board, my name is David Kaznoka from Straddling Yucca in San Francisco. Thank you for allowing us to participate by Zoom tonight. The first thing I want to share with you is that in 2020, when I presented the resolution to you in preparation of placing that measure on the ballot, I described certain legal constraints and parameters that the resolution was subject to. Since that time, there have been no law changes whatsoever. And so the guidelines for the creation of the resolution and the ballot question, the project list, are the same now as they were in 2020. As a consequence, the resolution will look very similar to what it looked like in 2020. And many of the words overlap identically because the first part of the resolution seeks to satisfy the myriad of election code and education code requirements. There are just a couple of things in the first few pages of the resolution that I want to point out to you. Number one is in this second to last whereas clause on the first page. It reads, whereas the board has received information that confirms that no tax will be levied for a new measure until all taxes on prior measures have expired and are no longer being imposed. Amanda made a reference to that, and I'm sure that Jin, when he speaks about the bond plan, will demonstrate that. And we wanted to make note of it in the resolution so that you can respond to the question that community members will not be paying taxes on two outstanding bonds of the district at the same time. So as you turn the page in the resolution, you've seen the number $262 million. It shows up in section 1 of the resolution. The subsequent sections, section 2 and 3, are really the same as they were in 2020. We're doing a Prop 39 bond. There are certain conditions that have to be satisfied for a Prop 39 bond. They're all set forth in section 3. Except for, on page 4 of the resolution, paragraphs H, I, J, and K. Those are requirements or recommendations of the Orange County Taxpayers Association. So we are seeking once again to respond to their guidance with respect to what they consider to be a responsible tax measure. And it's been represented to me by Rob that these budgetary goals can be satisfied without changing any board practices. And you'll note in K, the bonds will be sold at a competitive sale, which is the recommendation of the Orange County taxpayers. That's not a problem. Lastly, in terms of the resolution, I draw your attention to section 10. That was not in your 2020 resolution. This has been added to allow the district the flexibility of using bond proceeds in 2025 to reimburse yourself for costs that the district may have incurred between now and the time bond funds are available from the general fund, so that if the district initiates a bond project prior to the date that bond funds are received, whenever that bond money is available, because of the provision of Section 10, the district will be able to reimburse those prior expenditures from the general fund using bond dollars instead of your operating budget. So as Amanda showed you in one of her slides, Exhibit A sets forth the 75-word ballot question. The legal standards are the same as it was before, a single sentence, no more than 75 words, providing the name of the district, the purposes of the measure, the amount of the bonds, the maximum interest rate that the bonds can bear, the tax necessary to be imposed to support the bonds, the term over which that levy would be made, the annual amount of revenues generated by the levy, and a recognition that the measure is being pursued under the provisions of Proposition 39, permitting the 55% voter approval. So that's a lot of legal demands on the 75-word statement. And as a consequence of that, just looking at the language that's on the screen, which mirrors the language that's in Exhibit A of your resolution, the first 5 lines are those discretionary words that help set the stage for the principal purposes of putting a measure on the ballot. The magic legal words for you are in the 5th line, the words repair, construct, acquire classroom sites, facilities, and equipment. That's the broadest statement of legal authority that will allow the board, as the years pass and money is accessed under the $262 million authorization, to spend bond funds on the evolving list of projects that the school district would face over a 10 to 15 year period. So those are critical words for any successful ballot measure. And then the par amount of the bonds, the maximum interest rate is expressed by the phrase at legal rates, the tax rate of $30, the duration, so long as bonds are outstanding, that's the duration test, the aggregate revenue collected each year, estimated to be $15 million, and the recognition that there's citizen oversight is the tribute to Proposition 39. So that's 75 words. The name of the district counts as one word. So if you're doing your own word count check, just use one word for Fullerton School District.
David, David, one of the board members has a question.
I have a question. With the interest rates so high right now and maybe going up, does that affect us, or are we under some other type of interest rate?
David, did you hear that question?
Yeah.
And it may be more of a question for Jen.
Jen?
Yeah, I think it is a financial advisor type question, but just from the legal point of view, rates go up, rates go down. They are what they are, and all the bond issuances will be impacted by the promise that the tax rate's not going to exceed $30. And so that's really our bar. Our bar is not so much the interest rate. Our bar is that we're promising the community, and it reflects the legal requirement for an elementary district, that the tax rate can't be expected to exceed $30 per $100 of assessed valuation. So the higher the interest rate, the smaller the bond issues that will be issued in order to maintain the $30 tax.
Right. So I might just add on that. So good evening, trustee members. My name is Jen. I'm from Piper Sandler. So related to your question about interest rates, as a planning tool for our potential bond measure, we're assuming a 4.5% interest rate. As of today, that's higher than what we might get should we be going out to sell our bonds at today's interest rates. So we feel that there's enough margin to absorb any interest rate movement that may happen in the immediate future. Hopefully that answers your question.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Going on to Exhibit B of the resolution. So remember from 2020, there's a legal requirement that the district provide voters with a project list that describes the projects that are going to be funded with the bond. And as Amanda said earlier, the goal of much of the legal documents and the communication efforts that she's led is to align all the paperwork with the interests of the voters as were identified in the voter opinion survey. So the organization of the project list seeks to align your projects with the perspectives that the voters told you in the voter opinion survey that they both understand and support. And the legal standard for interpreting the project list is that the district is authorized to use bond proceeds on projects that are the type of project described in the project list. So there are lots of projects that are mentioned. Some of the projects are in bold letters, some of them have earned bullet point status, and others are more obscurely stated in the lengthy paragraphs that appear on pages B3 and B4. They are all of the same legal stature. So no one project is more or less authorized or legal than any other project. But as importantly, the project list that's in the draft resolution doesn't prioritize any projects that get funded first or funded last. Those decisions about project priorities are made by the board at the time bonds are ready to be sold. That's well after the election. So the list doesn't in any way reflect board priorities in the expenditure of bond funds. So I don't know whether or not do you all have a copy of the resolution? Because I'm not able to share it.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
That on your screen?
Yeah, we have it.
Can you explain who the audience for this resolution would be? Is it more the oversight committee that would follow this, or who do we expect to read this document?
David, I don't know if you heard that question. The question was, who would the audience be that would read this resolution? Who is it? The oversight committee?
Voters aren't reading this, are they? I mean, it's not
So
in
the
their ballot
resolution
statement.
is read by those of us on the call tonight, but more importantly, the project list that we're talking about on Exhibit B, that's going to appear in the voter pamphlet, word for word, as it appears in the resolution. So both the ballot question and the project list is going to be available to be read by every voter who receives a voter guide. After the election, if you're successful, this project list that's in the resolution is going to be referred to the Bond Oversight Committee and identified as the source of justification and the explanation basis for why it's lawful for the district to spend bond funds on projects that are identified in the project list. So the Oversight Committee is going to be asked to link words from the project list to the expenditure reports associated with bond funds, because their charge is to satisfy themselves that you're spending bond monies for purposes authorized by the voters. So the project list, available to be read by all voters in the voter pamphlet, relied upon more concretely by the Oversight Committee in fulfilling their responsibilities to review expenditures made by the district bond funds.
So could you clarify, you said all of Exhibit B will be in the voter guide, or just some of
All
it?
of it.
The
All of it.
entire 4 pages?
Pages
Well, this is
B1, B2, B3, B4, and B5 from top to bottom will be in the voter pamphlet.
And it's good that it's not prioritized, because then that's, that makes it easy. I have a question about the actual ballot question itself.
David, can you hear Trustee
Yes,
Berryman?
I hear
Is,
Board Member Fine.
as I'm reading through it and just the first part of it, when we talk about to support student achievement in math, science, technology, arts, and engineering, was there I know that it takes a lot of wordsmithing to do these and keep them as focused as you can so that voters will vote yes, but as I look at this, is this debatable? Because as an elementary or a K-8 district, I'm worried about my children reading, and I don't have reading in here. And as a voter, that's one of the things that our voters, well, people aren't reading anymore. What's going on with these schools? I think if I was looking at this as a voter, I would want to see reading in here or literacy more than engineering at this level of school. I think that's my opinion. I think we're missing the literacy and the reading piece. I think reading will attract more people to look at it. Plus, that would be my.
So I guess the question is, have you seen statements that include the word reading or literacy?
I see that word a lot in parcel tax elections, more so than in bond elections, but remember, bonds can only be used for the construction, renovation, repair, furnishing, and equipment.
That makes sense. Yeah, because there's nothing that you can build to help you read.
Libraries.
But you can build.
But art performing centers, we do.
Well, we've got arts here. But I think in engineering is like you're building a lab. So it's
arts
structure,
is interesting.
maybe.
That's there.
Arts is not listed.
Arts is there.
Is it?
Technology, arts, and
arts is
engineering.
there. Reading is usually something we see when we're doing a parcel tax measure, because I would absolutely agree. It's a great word to share in that. For the bond, that's generally not something we see as often in terms of the language.
Yeah, I would add the phrase to support student achievement in math, science, technology, arts, and engineering. I would put those words in bracket and say that's a gift from Bond Council to allow words that are really not directly facility related. But it goes to this overarching theme that Amanda has mentioned in her presentation, which is voters respond to outcomes that are generated by improving facilities. So we allow some leeway in a facility bond ballot language to have some statements of outcome. Improving reading is an outcome. So in this bracket to support student achievement, the word reading could be in there. The poll didn't use the word reading. So while we may have anecdotal evidence that reading is important, we don't know that the highly likely registered voters in November value reading in the same way that the poll told us they value achievement in math, science, technology, arts, and engineering, which is the reason why these words appear in the ballot question and not the word reading, is that the poll didn't touch on reading as a possible outcome from improving school facilities.
I get it.
Yeah, thank you for that.
It's okay.
So let's just finish up on the project list, and then if you have questions about that, then I can turn the mic over to Jen. If you look on page B1, I want to point out to you that in the first paragraph under the phrase project list, we incorporated by reference the district's master facility plan. So whatever projects are identified in that document are going to be authorized bond projects. The second thing I'll point out is that immediately below that paragraph, the sentence starts, in approving this project list, the board determines that the district must. And then there's a few bullet points. These aren't projects. This is what Amanda referred to as aligning the interests of the board with the interests of the community. This is an aspirational statement that seeks, if the reader is going to read it, to conclude, gee, this board has a lot in common with what I think, because the poll told us that these are the activities and the priorities and the perspectives that the voters would like to have the board take in executing a bond program. So we get to the project list on the next page. And we organized the project list in a couple of different categories, including within each one goals and purposes. So someone asked a question earlier about the arguments that were used in the tracking survey to gauge support or opposition to the measure. These goals and purposes are derived from the tracking poll's discussion of the arguments in support of the measure. So these facts and aspirations and goals that the district has in improving its facilities, these bolded 3 paragraphs followed by 2 goals and purposes are taken from the voter opinion survey because we learned that voters agree with these statements and agree that a bond measure responding to these conditions is a wise expenditure of public funds. And then under those goals and purposes, there are bullet point projects, all of which tested very well in the poll. Projects that could have tested very well in the poll, which are very typical ways in which your district and all districts spend bond funds, starts on page B3 in this long, lengthy paragraph that goes into a lot of minutia about projects. And every possible project that is reflected in your master facility plan, reflected in the poll, and provided in most long-term, long-range plans regarding what kind of facility needs will the future present to us are included in this language. So you'll have maximum flexibility to pursue all the projects that staff will come to recommend to you over the years, including technology projects and transitioning from earth-based technology to cloud technology. That transition is included within the technology descriptions that are contained on page B4. And the project list ends with a reminder regarding the Prop 39 accountability standards, the need for an oversight committee for audits, and the reminder at the end that no money can be used for administrator or teacher salaries. So
there, Superintendent.
That's the draft of the resolution, the draft of the ballot language, the draft of the project list. I think subject to the recognition that we have scientific evidence over the validity of a lot of the words that are used in the order that they're used. We have a week to respond to your comments and make edits as you think would best serve the district. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions or turn it over to Jen for his financial summary.
Any questions from the board?
I guess I'm curious if this is going in the voter's guide. We're paying per word for this statement, right? We're not. Committee is. Well, the committee, but it costs per word. I guess I'm curious why it's so long.
Well, the reason why Exhibit B is so long, well, we have a number of goals that we have to accomplish. We have to provide a description because the law says a specific project, a project list of specific projects. So we have a specificity burden, but we know that being too specific will foreclose the district from adapting to changed circumstances over the years. That's why in 2020, I described for you the famous case of Foothill De Anza Community College District from 2008, where they were sued right after their election for a project list that looked a lot like this. And the allegation was it wasn't specific enough to satisfy Prop 39's requirement. The court ended up ruling that the project list needs to describe the types of projects that a district would pursue in recognition of the fact that what would have started in 2024 as a roof repair project for Fullerton may end up as a tear down and rebuild in 2030 when money becomes available. So some pains are taken in the project list to meet legal requirements, such as the sentence that appears on B1. There's a legal requirement that the board evaluate the district's safety, class size reduction, computer and information technology to develop the project list. So I think that in order to describe the types of projects, the only space that we could really save in doing that is to take out the goals and purposes. And to take those goals and purposes out to save printing cost, if in fact we were charged by the word, would deny the reader the contextual opportunity to view the projects that are listed immediately in the context of the problem that's sought to be solved, which I think would hurt you in terms of getting support. I think if you looked at all of the school district bond project lists, they're all of this length, and some of them are 1 or 2 pages longer. So I don't think the cost of printing should be a concern, because at the end of the day, over the next 10 or 15 years, people are going to be turning to this project list for justification for spending bond funds. The longer it is, and the more descriptive it is of the types of things that you can fund, the more flexibility you'll have at the end of the day to spend bond monies the way you need to spend bond monies 10 years from now. So it does seem a little burdensome, but it will serve you, I think, in the long run to keep it rich.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Anyone else? No? Looks like we can move on to the finance.
Right. So the next steps would be this. So on June 18th, we would bring the resolution back in order to approve the resolution and to place a measure on the ballot. It requires 2/3 affirmative yeses, which in this case means 4. So 4 board members would need to vote in the affirmative yes. And we would do that on June 18th. We would then, we have until July 19th to file. Doesn't mean we would necessarily file right away, but we would file pretty close to that date. And at that point, the district would then kind of step back. An independent campaign committee would be formed, and then they would take it across the finish line. So that's kind of the next steps. Amanda, did I miss anything on that, or is there anything you'd like to add?
Nope, I think that was great.
So are there any more questions? When we bring back the resolution next week, it would not be as much discussion. It would be kind of just moving forward with the vote.
And adopting the resolution.
And adopting the resolution, yes.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. No other questions?
No. So good news is those innings moved pretty fast. We had a couple foul balls, a couple people got on base with some questions, but they were really good questions, and we needed that. But we are now coming up on the 7th inning. If you need a stretch, we can do that, or we can keep moving forward. I think the board needs to maybe make a decision. It would be take me out to my car, not take me out to the ball game. But I don't know. We're coming up on the 10 o'clock. I don't know if the board needs to.
Yeah, we need a. No, this was just a discussion. Yeah, just discussion. But we do need to extend. It is 10 o'clock, 10:02. Do I have a motion to extend another 30 minutes?
I have a question. What are the
Go ahead.
things that we must do tonight?
Excellent.
I'm sure the budget.
It's an excellent question. The budget presentation needs to be presented tonight. I'll go as quickly as I can. I know Dr. Hammett has some things he needs to do. There's some other things that need to be voted on. They're not so much a presentation. Those will go very quickly, but I know I have mine. Mine's probably going to be at least 30 minutes.
And I do need to have the board vote on the MOUs and also on the declaration of need for educators. So those do need to be voted on
And we
tonight.
can bring back the board policies for
I would
they.
say, do we have to do the board policies
No.
tonight?
We can bring those back.
So we could do those on the 18th.
Well, I don't think we have a choice. I vote
We
to
have to
extend
extend an
for
hour.
30,
Well, if
But
you
it
extend it
looks
to
like we-
45 minutes.
45 minutes?
up to an hour.
45 minutes up to an hour.
Maybe we can get
Yes.
out earlier.
Do I have a motion to extend?
So moved.
Yep.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let's get through this.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, thank you
It
so
was
much
very
for
thorough.
for
We
sharing that.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you all.
Thank you for bearing with us. Good night.
Took lots of
Absolutely.
notes.
You guys
so-
have a good evening.
Yes, appreciate it. Thank you so much. You want to take a 5-minute break? Yeah, I'm doing 2-minute break, really quick. We're going back to section 9B, right?
Correct.
Correct. So now we have the MOU between, go ahead, take it away.
Yes, this is a new MOU between the Fullerton School District and the Fullerton Elementary Teachers Association, FEDA, on Wednesday planning release for the SPED preschool teachers. Our special education preschool students have a different schedule, different daily schedule, and don't have traditional PE classes like you would find for our multiple subject teachers in grades K through 6. So as a result, to provide equity, we worked with FEDA to create an MOU that ensures that our preschool special education teachers are getting the same amount of time for planning that you would see our kindergarten through 6th grade teachers get.
I move we accept the MOU.
I'll second it.
Second. All right, everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye as well, 5-0. Awesome. Second, MOU C.
Yes. This is also a new MOU, and this one is very similar to the first. Instead of being preschool special ed, this one is for our California State preschool program. And it's the same reasoning that the California State preschool, our preschool classes funded by the state, have a different schedule and don't have PE time. So this ensures that there's equity across for all of our teachers, that they're getting prep time on Wednesdays with release time.
How wonderful to be equitable. I move that we accept this MOU.
Awesome. Do you have a second?
Second.
Everybody in favor, say aye.
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 And we are glad
5-0.
that this was pointed out to us so that everybody can be treated fairly.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And now we have to adopt the resolution. Who's this? Number 2324-16, authorizing application for acceptance for the California School Health, Air, Plumbing, and Efficiency Program grant.
Correct. D and E are actually very similar. I don't know, about 3 weeks ago, Dr. Pleka was contacted by Kevin Gordon, who and said, hey, there's a grant out there your district might want to look at. And so Dr. Pleka said, Rob, I'd like you to look at this. And so Dr. Pleka gets all the recognition for that. He started it. And so what it is, we applied for it's a CalShape grant to replace fixtures, toilets, and faucets in 19 of our schools.
Wow.
And the reason why there's 2 items, the first, and the total of both add up to 1.6 million, a little over 1.6 million dollars. The first one is for 17 schools, and the reason why the other 2 is they forgot to, for Maple and Beechwood, they forgot to do that in the original 17. Fissler does not qualify because they're too new. But for those, we have 2 years to spend the money. It is a ratification because it came up after the last board meeting, and so we did apply. And so this would, both of these resolutions, you have to vote on them separately, would be you approving the resolution to accept the grant funds.
Awesome. Do we have a motion to approve?
Yes, I will motion to adopt or ratify Resolution 2324-16. Great job finding grant money to improve our plumbing. Thank you.
Yes.
Second.
And we have a second? Awesome. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Awesome. So
Now
then,
you have to do this next one.
so the next one as well too, you said they're
I'll
similar?
do the same. Adopt
this is
and
just
ratify
for-
Resolution 2324-18.
Second.
Perfect. We have a motion and a second. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Then
They'll
we
also be coming back in the next couple of months. There's one for air quality, correct? Heating, HVAC, and that one totaled over $4 million.
Wow. Nice
Both
job.
of these will help us when we, if the district passes the bond, then it can be used in conjunction with
in
that.
conjunction with those funds. Perfect.
Okay. So the next item, I believe, is item F, which is document for the signatures. Remember, Michael Burns, our director, went to another district. We have an interim director in there now, Victor Trejo. He needs to be able to sign things, and so that's what you're approving is the signature for that.
All right. Awesome.
I move to adopt Resolution 23-24-17, authorizing the designated district personnel to sign various documents by signature to be kept on file by the Orange County Superintendent of Schools.
Awesome. Do we have a second?
Second.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item G is approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 24-25 school year. Right now, as we're recruiting, finding teachers is not difficult. What happens at times is we get mid-year vacancies. And in the middle of the year, it's hard to find fully qualified educators at times. This document allows us to work with the county and the state to hire educators who may be in intern programs or who may be on other type of permits, who are qualified for the positions because of this document, to fill in for a position if we're unable to find fully qualified candidates.
I so move.
Perfect.
Wait, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I
we
know
have
we're
a-
trying to move fast, but I do have some questions.
Yeah.
So you're saying that right now we are not having a problem fulfilling these positions for the new 24-25 school
Right now,
year?
we are not, no.
But it's just in case we
Correct. Right now,
lose
we
some of
have
those
applicants
teachers.
in every single posting that we have out there, and we are interviewing multiple applicants for our openings.
Okay.
Including special education.
That's great to know. If we were to say lose some and then we weren't able to fill it right away, what would be the changes that we would, what are those special conditions that would allow us to hire?
The conditions are that if the person was an intern, they would have to be intern eligible and be in an intern program with the university. Or if they were, hadn't completed their credential work yet, weren't intern eligible, but they had the necessary units and had passed the necessary testing, it would allow us to get what they call a STIP, short-term intermediate permit, which would allow that person to fill in until they can complete their credential requirements.
So it's different than an emergency credential, it's just a
Correct.
short-term solution.
Yeah, the state no longer issues emergency credentials. They only issue intern or these short-term STIP permits.
I was curious as to whether we were having a problem attracting applicants, but because it seems to me that if that were the case, we would have to look at ways to sweeten the deal to make it more attractive for them to come apply to our schools with stipends or other things. But what you're saying is we're not having that problem right now?
We are not having that difficulty right now.
Okay.
Matter of fact, we, knock on wood, as of today, we are fully staffed. So, but I'm knocking on wood because you don't know what might happen. So.
Okay.
Oh, awesome.
I mean, these are pretty significant roles yeah. Okay.
Yeah, to
good.
fill.
I will say,
It allows some
typically it's
flexibility.
We've done it as like kind of a routine piece. Generally, we don't have to.
Generally, we really don't dip into this except in a very rare occasion, but we do it every year. It's a just in case. It's an insurance plan
Is it
for us.
that way there's so kind of like specialty roles? Because general education, we're not having a hard time, but special education, DLA, and then English language
Correct.
development.
That's why you'll see that those
Got
special types of credentials are listed. And the problem is not now because everyone generally tends to get a position now. The problem would be November.
Yeah, like mid-year when.
Yeah. And long-term subs is always challenging too, right?
Yes. Subs are a problem everywhere throughout the state.
Okay,
Awesome.
thank you.
All right, so do I have a motion to approve?
You need a second.
So we have a motion, and then we need a second. Sorry.
Second.
Awesome. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Now the fun.
Now the fun. Anna, if you could put the page up, that would be great.
Nobody cares.
Of course, this is probably one of the longest presentations that I've ever put together. Of course, it had to be tonight. Sorry. Try to go
Move
fast.
through some a little faster.
All right, here we
I'll
go.
try to go faster. The good news is we are the home team, so this game can be won at the top of the ninth.
Good.
And we are ahead. All right.
We don't need quite this history.
But we do need the picture of the two of you guys from last year.
All right. So, a little bit, we go over what the board's responsibility is. I'm going to show you where we've changed from second interim to what we're estimating for this year. Talk a little bit about the governor's May revision. I've got a lot of slides on the fiscal economic outlook. We're going to go over those quickly. They're for you to look at your own time. Talk about the assumptions that we use to putting together next year's budget. And remember, we not only have to approve next year's budget, but also the 2 out years. And we will look at our other funds, and then we'll talk about next steps. So let's compare and see what's happened since second interim. Okay, when we look at our revenue, revenue's improved a little bit. Our local revenue went up about $1.29 million. When we looked at, remember when we were here at second interim, that was in March. Really, we were looking at numbers that were from the end of January. So interest is coming higher. Interest rates are still high. That's good news for interest for us. We also received some E-rate funding. Additional funding comes in for E-rate is offset by expenditures that also went up by the same amount. So it's not all free money. But all in all, revenue is up $1.49 million. At the time, second interim, we had not approved our agreements with our associations. And so you'll see that expenditures have gone up $4.15 million from second interim. We knew that was going to happen with approving the increases, the negotiated settlements. We've also taken out some money from possible potential carryover. So when you look at it, all in all, at second interim, we said we were going to have a surplus of $2.61 million. Where we're projecting we're going to end up is a deficit for the year after doing the raises, doing everything we needed to do, a deficit of $45,510,000. That's basically a balanced budget.
I don't see that.
I think in a very difficult year, where we've had declining
down here.
enrollment. That's something that the board should be pretty proud of. It's not a bad number to be at. So the governors may revise. Let's just say the governor is a lot more optimistic than the LAO. I think the governor's kind of getting a little bit of a bad rap. Education, K-12 education and higher education is actually one of the few protected expenditures in California. You'll see from this chart that we're actually getting some more funding than a lot of other places. The legislative judicial part is getting cut 40%, transportation's getting cut 46%, a huge, the other big one is health and human services, they're getting a cut of 5%. So education is actually, he is honoring his commitment to protect education. So I wanted to point that out. The governor has some assumptions that he does not assume that there's going to be a recession. He does take notes that there are some other risks to the budget. Possibly the stock market could underperform in the future. Remember, we have a large, our progressive tax system, we have a large portion of what's collected is by a very small group of individuals who many of them are leaving California. That's changing. We could have some slow economic growth. Unemployment is high right now for California. It's one of the highest states in California is the highest out of all of them. We passed, I believe it was Maryland. And we continue to have high interest rates and international conflicts are out there. So any of these things could jeopardize what could happen with the economy. Depending who you talk to, the state is facing a deficit, 27.6 million. 8.8 billion of it is from last year. And the governor, at the time we did this, was coming up with a maneuver, a Prop 98 maneuver. I think he's backed off from that, from people going against it. CSBA was against it. The CTA was against it because it was in the future going to take money away from education permanently that we are due by Prop 98. He has proposed some other things, cuts to early childhood education, but he still continues to fully fund ELOP, but putting some spending deadlines on there. These are some of the indicators that you can kind of look at. The GDP, kind of where we're at. The ELOP is the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. It's the after-school program. So that's been a big investment for the governor and the state, and so they're continuing to fund that. And that's a good thing for our students. So some of the things that you can look at, the huge swings there right in the middle, that was COVID, where the GDP went down and then the GDP went up a lot. You can see on this one, this is our labor market. It's showing we kind of are at full employment, but in California, we're running at about, let me look at mine, I can't see that far. We're looking at about 5% unemployment rate, and you see the big swings there, what happened during COVID. Okay, look at some other ones, some consumer indices. You can see here it talks about inflation. Inflation was high a few years ago. It's come down a little bit, but inflation is still running high. You've got a thing called sticky inflation where prices just stay high. They don't come back down. They don't react to the market, and that is something that we need to be watching for. Next one, stock market. Stock market on one hand is actually at an all-time high. It's doing really well. However, as we'll point out here shortly, people aren't cashing out of the stock market. And when they're not selling in the stock market, they're not paying capital gains. Capital gains is something that the state counts on, is a tax to fund the state. So yes, the stock market is at an all-time high. That's good news. Some other inflation indexes here. You can see that CPI is 3.4%, but kind of real inflation is more closer to 5.8. It has come down. What's caused this inflation? There's about 5 things that have caused this inflation. One of it, The government made the decision after COVID to get the economy going. They increased the money supply. When you put a lot of money out on the street, it's going to raise prices. Taxes have been increased. That creates inflation. We've had an increase in the price of raw materials. All you have to do is look at gasoline. When wages go up, California recently enacted the minimum wage law for the fast food. That has increased wages, which people they don't spend as much. And then now you're going to have people that are laid off. When people are laid off and they're not paying taxes, it kind of perpetuates. So is inflation going to go away anytime soon? Probably not. But it's still there. The federal funds rate, what these gray areas are, these are kind of the recessionary periods. The federal funds, the government, they kind of control how the economy goes. If it's moving too fast, they raise the interest rates. If they want to pick it up, they lower the interest rates. You'll see that during most of the 2010 to 2020, we were down almost to 0%. The Fed has not indicated that they're going to lower interest rates anytime in 2024. So when we see that happening, we will start to see the economy kind of pick up again. One of the things that didn't happen here is, and the governor's projections of income was counting on more capital gains taxes. But you'll see here that only got 5.2%, where back in 2021 it was 11%. So revenues were up a couple years ago because there was a huge capital gains. We have in California a system that when the taxes are coming in, there's a lot of money, but when the taxes aren't coming in, the money's not there. That's what we have with our progressive tax system. When you look at the big three revenues, also here, we did have a high a couple years ago of 215 billion, but we're back down to 170 billion. And so many of the funds that we received were one-time funds, and they've now gone away. Personal income taxes I started at the beginning, I said the governor and the LAO. The LAO is an independent office that do forecasting, and a little different than what the governor uses, the Department of Finance. They work for him. LAO tends to be much more kind of spot on of where they're at. And so there is a gap with what the governor says is going to come in personal income tax and what the LAO is projecting. Same thing with corporation taxes. Corporation taxes came in a lot lower. Remember, commercial interest rates are much higher, and so you have a lot of corporations that just, they're not making it, so they're not paying their fair share of the taxes. When people are not making money and they don't feel confident in the economy, they are not out buying things, and sales tax is a huge revenue maker for California. And so sales tax revenue is actually a little higher in some areas, but it is down from what the governor was proposing. So just some graphs to look at, where you want to call them the tea leaves. There's people that look at these things, and all in all, people will say we do have a pretty strong economy, but it's worth noting that it has some problems. But all in all, if you talk to School Services California, you talk to, they're going to tell you it's a pretty strong economy. Next, I want to talk a little bit about declining enrollment, because that's not a new topic for us. I've given you this graph. I look back from 2012 to 2023, and our enrollment went down. We lost about 14.86%. We went from 13,656 students down to 11,626. During the same time period, our number of free and reduced students went from 5,190, or 38%, to 6,348. That has brought in more revenue for the district, but it's also brought in more needs. There is a correlation between students on free and reduced, low socioeconomic, tend to have more educational needs that the district then receives additional money for to provide those needs. We are not the only one. I looked at all of the elementary school districts in Orange County, and over the same time period, the one that had the least drop was Lowell Joint at 4.5%. The one with the most lost almost 30% of their population was Huntington Beach Elementary District. We were fifth at 14.87%. This is not a Fullerton problem. This is a state of California problem. One of the things, and we've talked about this before, is enrollment is very important to school districts. It's how we're funded. And it's not just the number of students that we have enrolled, it's when they come to school. Typically, we run about 97%, 98%. When COVID hit, of course, everybody stayed home. In 2021, we really don't even know what the attendance rate was because we were held harmless. We were receiving the same amount of money we received the year before. We were funded at 102, almost 103%. We received about an extra 5% revenue. The following year, because we were still held harmless, we received 107% of the money. So extra money, one-time money that came in. And then in 22, 23, and the following years, it started to go down. Next year is the last year where we'll be back to pretty much at about 97, 98%. But it's one of the reasons why, when you look at our revenue for next year, even though we're getting a COLA, our revenue is going down $4 million. Even though we're getting more money, it's because the additional students that we were receiving money for, that's being adjusted. It's good that they did it this way. Had they done it where just the next year, we would have had, in 1 year, we would have had a $12 million hit in 1 year. Instead, they stepped it down over 3 years. And we knew that was happening. So let's talk about the budget assumptions here for 24-25. We are enrollment, and this is actually pretty conservative. We think it's going to be a little bit higher. We have it at 11,260. Our funded ADA there is at 11,106. That's a loss of almost 500 students from this year. Our unduplicated count, those free and reduced students, is still high at 60.68%. Although we're receiving a 1.07% COLA, that's a loss of $4.5 million. Remember, just 6 to 7 months ago, we were supposed to be getting about a 3.8% COLA, and that changed. And lottery still accounts for about $2.87 million for us, and the overall increase per student is $155 that we're receiving. So for our revenue next year, unrestricted, we go from $152 million down to $146.66 million, or a loss of $6.14 million less revenue next year. The assumptions that we use for our expenditures, even though we do not increase our salaries through negotiations, we have step and column increases for all groups. We have health and welfare that goes up, even though we haven't increased the cap, because we provide full benefits if they're single. Well, those costs still go up, and so we have to budget for that. STRS and PERS has changed a little bit. Overall, we have certificated staff attrition. We've adjusted for the enrollment, and that goes down about $1.2 million. Special ed costs, the contribution that unrestricted makes has gone up, and our decrease to routine restricted maintenance has come down a little bit. Let me see, here we go. Okay, so revenue was down about $6 million. If you look at our unrestricted expenditures for next year, we're projecting them to go down 4.57% from this year. And just as we've done before, we are pretty conservative on our revenue projections, and when it comes to expenditures, we say we're going to spend $148.28 million. That's a 100% spend down budget. You know that we never do that. So it usually comes in a little bit less. So for next year, we're projecting a deficit of about $1.62 million, spending deficit for the year. That's actually probably one of the lower ones I've seen in the last few years. It's not uncommon to see that number there, especially when it's actually a good thing since we've got some enrollment going down, declining enrollment. When we look at the out years, the assumptions that we used, we're keeping enrollment about the same. The funding, funded ADA is more now in alignment in 25, 26, 26, 27. We are using the recommended statutory COLAs of 2.93% for the 25-26 school year and 3.08 the following year. We are projecting our unduplicated count will stay about the same at 60%, and those are the numbers that were given for lottery. We also factor in the out years the step and column increases, the increases to health and welfare, STRS and PERS increases, and then that inflation or CPI will be 2.86% and 2.87% in the out years. When we put all of that together and you look at a 3-year picture, which is what a multi-year projection, you'll see that next year has deficit spending of about $1.6 million. The following year, a little bit higher, $3 million, and that is the out year of deficit spending, and then not as much in 26, 27. This is consistent with other budgets that we have brought. Oh, I'm on the multi-year projection. It doesn't say the number there. I was just doing some quick math. It's on page 36. Thank you. It's on page 36. It doesn't say it, but if we start the year next year with 24.5 million and we end with 22.9, that's a decrease. That's a deficit spending of about 1.6 million. The following year, we're projecting deficit spending of about $3.24 million. And then in the out year, we're projecting about 2.5. Now, again, that's pretty consistent with what we've had in the past. That's a 100% spend down budget. A lot of things will happen between now and 25, 26, some good, some bad. And it's out far enough where we're able to make some decisions and adjust accordingly. So a little bit about the historical unrestricted ending balance. At the height, right in 2017 was when the unrestricted ending fund balance was the largest. Why was this happening? That's where they were fully funded. They were getting to fully funding LCFF, that we were getting money that we were owed. And so it increased there. And the last few years it has gone down, but it's consistent with other school districts too. It's the importance of having that reserve, more of a bigger reserve than just 3%. And I know there were some, sometimes associations or different people would look and say, why do you have such a large reserve? For when bad times hit. And bad times do hit, and I've been doing this long enough, it kind of goes up and it goes down. And so that allowed us to weather the storm. I have included the other district funds in here. I can go through them. You can go through them on your own. Basically, they are pretty stable. They're restricted funds, everything from the cafeteria fund, early childhood, to developer fee funds, to self-insurance fund. They're in there. Also this is the fast version that I gave you. In the agenda are the actual documents, the SACS documents, which show much more detailed multiple pages of the budget. So with that, I'm kind of going a little quickly here. What's going to happen is at the next board meeting on the 18th, the board would take action to approve this budget. We have to approve it by June 30th. The state, I guess, has to approve it by July 1st or they don't get paid. After that, if there are any significant changes, we'll bring those back. But with that, are there any questions? We tried to go a little fast.
Yeah, questions, fellow trustees?
From this budget, then those figures will end up in our LCAP, right? Because our LCAP is missing numbers in some spaces.
Right. So when they put the LCAP together, and Damien was involved in that, we gave them the revenue. We knew what the revenue was going to be and roughly the expenditures. And so Damien also, he worked on this, but he also worked with LCAP. Yeah. And so the numbers match up.
Right.
They do match up.
Because I know that there were some missing based on what this whole thing came out. Yes. Perfect.
Anyone else?
Did you put in this the 80 kids that have signed up? Well, 40 maybe from out of new students?
I have not put them all in yet, no. And so that's why I said we are actually kind of are a little kind of conservative on our number. We want to go in, and then that way when more come in, that helps.
They're not enrolled yet.
Yeah.
No, some are.
That and they have probably till the 22nd.
And again, the budget is, it's as good as it is today. I mean,
Yeah.
things change. And
For the good or
so,
for the bad.
Whoops.
but we're in a position where when things change, this district is very good at making the adjustments and moving forward.
Thank you very much, Rob.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you
It's a
so
lot of
much.
work.
So
Everybody
we're in the
up
ninth
north
inning?
starts selling their NVIDIA stock, then we'll see some more funding coming.
Scott says, no, Scott's holding.
Yes, so awesome, all right. Is that it? We're moving all the other items to next week, correct? Yes, we are moving,
3 more items, right?
we have,
The independent study, PE policy, and then the student-employee interaction. Is there more than that?
There's two board policies to approve and one to first read. The first read one, if you want to, talk about it at least.
yeah, you want to,
Because we're not gonna do anything with it this evening.
no, it's just the first reading
If they
of student-employee interaction.
introduces it, tells us, and then we can at least food for thought going forward.
Yeah,
Yes, so
move
the
that process.
board policy we're bringing for first read is our student-employee interaction board policy. CSBA has recommendations on this, but ASCIP, our insurance, our insurer actually has a higher level of expectation and proposal on this. So we're bringing this to the board with this higher level. Would ask that if any of you have any recommendations, additions, et cetera, please send those to me, and then what I can do is send the board a revised version of what that looks like with some reds for strike-throughs and some greens for adds, so you can tell what's being added and struck through, and we can bring that back to the board for discussion and vote at the next meeting.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you so
Okay.
much on that.
President Talavera,
Yes,
I do want to acknowledge Damian Ibarra
I was about to,
and his staff for putting this budget together.
thank you
And
so much.
thank you, you've done a great job.
Yay.
Yes.
It's a piece of cake now. This is
No.
the second one you've done.
It's a second one.
Second one. This one's
2 years in a
easy.
row.
It's like old hat.
Yeah.
So
No, thank you
Damien
so
and his
much.
team have done a great job, and it's not just in business. He works with all of Ed Services. He works with Human Resources. He works with all of the departments. This is a process that started last March, and it's continued up till now. That's why he's smiling now, because it's done.
Almost there.
Until you gotta,
Almost to the finish line.
until we got to get the next year's information in. Yeah, but no, thank you. So with that, again, we'll move items 9H and 9I to next board meeting on June
18th.
18th. Meeting adjourned at 10:41.
Thank you guys
Can't
for
shake off
staying
the-
so late.